Good morning, everyone, and a very warm welcome to the Ozone Billiards Iowa Shootout. It is day 2, the final day of the shootout. We had a fantastic day yesterday here in Des Moines at the fantastic Rack Billiard Club. It really is an absolutely incredible club here. The atmosphere was fantastic, and it is going to build even more today as we are down to our final 16 and we will play down to the winner late tonight. Fantastic day yesterday. We saw lots of drama. We saw buzzer beaters, golden breaks. We saw some brilliant performances, but there are some big names entering the competition today. Let's take a look at the lineup that we have for you today. And right at the top of the lineup, first match out, Shane Van Boening will be making his Ultimate Pool USA debut. He's taking on George Walters, who played fantastic yesterday, coming through and beating Shane Thompson. David Matlock, who won the mixed pairs last time out, will take on Coby Jaap, who had to come through yesterday. My match of the round will be Craig Waddingham taking on Joven of Bustamante. Joe Prince, who's gone so well, he was the Arizona Open champion, will take on Amy Beauchamp in her first shootout. She was brilliant yesterday. Tom Cousins, the best player in English pool, he will take on Nick Evans. Johnny Archer is making his debut. He's taking on the ever impressive Savannah Easton, a tournament director's nightmare. She's playing in 5 events this weekend, and she is looking to go very deep in all 5 events as well. And then we have the defending champion. He won the shootout in Arizona. Sam Henderson makes his entrance into the competition, taking on Charlton. And Justin Bergman, who has been so impressive here with Ultimate Pool USA, he will round out our afternoon session taking on Kieron, who without doubt had the performance of the day yesterday. Late last night, Kieron 6 visits to the table, and he managed to get the win 6 racks to 3. That is your lineup for the afternoon. We will be live for every single shot and every single match. We will see every single ball. We are all but guaranteed drama all the way, and we'll be back tonight at 6 o'clock for the quarterfinals, the semi-finals and the final. So your day is absolutely locked and loaded, and we are ready to go with our first match. Shane Van Boening making his Ultimate Pool USA debut.
Over 175 years of billiards history, tradition, and expert craftsmanship, Brunswick is a name synonymous with our game, which makes it the perfect partner for Ultimate Pool USA's vision, a fun, fast, and exciting pool for the players all across the United States. Brunswick, Ultimate Pool USA's official table partner.
This is day 2 and the last Ozone Billiards Ultimate Pool USA Iowa Shootout. And boy, and George Walters. My name is Stephen Wyatt, and I am joined by the South Dakota kid in an Ultimate Pool arena, so it's got to be a good.
So looking forward to this all.
No time getting to work. He's overrolled just a tad bit, but I think he's going to be okay with where the 13 sits in the side pocket. It's a pretty easy carom shot. He might be able to see this. Oh yeah,
Yeah, Shane Van Boening against the local boy George Walters, who had a great win yesterday, beating Shane Thompson. A lot of people thought it would be the two Shanes taking each other on today, but no. George Walters played brilliantly, but now this is another level for George.
Yeah, I mean, you play all the respect to Shane Thompson. He's a phenomenal player. SVB on a different level. And it looks like from here, SVB is going to break and run his very first rack of many in the Iowa Shootout.
There you can see he's left himself the path to the 8-ball. And the living legend that is SVB has this 8 to run the first rack and straight in the center of the pocket. And no surprises.
Do you hear the crowd there? They're appreciating what they're seeing. George Walters has a big task on hand.
It's a fantastic thing for Des Moines to have, obviously, Shane Van Boening here. It's brilliant for Ultimate Pool USA to see him playing this Ozone Billiards. But he's just a fantastic player. His control, everything. You know, he's just an outstanding champion.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. And again, George, we saw him play great. We saw him play absolutely phenomenal yesterday. So if he can continue that, he can 100% hang in this arena.
The thing when you're playing somebody like, you know, Shane Van Boening, you've got to run your racks. You've got to make balls and you've got to run them.
Yeah, you have to hold your serve.
Because
so
he's going to do this multiple times.
Yes, you can't afford a dry break, and you can't afford a foul on the break. Let's see what he can do here. Can he hold serve? He's made a ball.
He's made a couple of balls.
He's going to have an opening shot.
That's going to go.
Oh, well, that changes a little bit.
He'd have loved that just to stay there. That would have made life a lot easier.
Yeah, if you watch here, the cue ball got a kiss. It could have ended up back in the middle of the table, but because of where it landed and that 9-ball going, that makes things a little rough.
That's a tremendous. But
yeah, he's got more work to. Really good positioning on it. SVB sitting in his chair there, looking pretty comfortable as he holds a 2-0 lead against George, and he will be breaking off. All right. And we may not have to worry about the time, Tony, but 5 minutes off the block now. And it might not come into play if it continues like this, but if George is able to make a little bit of a comeback, the time could definitely come into play as we get later into this match. Watch the cue ball.
Another good break there from Shane van Boening. Nice cue ball as well. As you quickly look at the table, you look straight away at solids. The one problem is the one next to the 8. Everything else in the open.
Yeah, the 9 ball's in an odd spot, which makes things tough for the stripes.
I'll tell you what, he's gonna move that 1 ball right now.
I think he is. You just got to watch the touch on the 8. And he's done it. Beautiful shot there.
It's just so elegant when you watch him at the table. You know, he's not perplexed in any way, but this is a serial tournament winner, one of the greats of the game.
Yeah, and look at this. He's played this very, very strategically. He's going to leave that 5 ball for his last shot.
Absolutely.
So he can just stop it to shoot the 8 in the side pocket. He's just got to clear these up, and I think he's going to do that with no issue.
Well, it's just now 7-3. He's only got to get anywhere just near the 9 ball, which has come off the rail. This frame's over. This
I think he might be taking it to the side.
Well, he is, yeah.
Yeah. Take it to the side.
Even easier.
Just roll up.
I thought he'd just come up
for the stop shot.
I thought he'd just come up and use the 12 ball just to hold the cue ball, but this is rack number 3 going the way of the South Dakota kid, Shane van Boening, in full flow, looking very regal.
We ended the night last night with a Kieron Hall perfect set against Dennis Hatch. No missed balls, no missed breaks, and we are on the verge of seeing SVB do the same, playing perfectly so far. George Walters will have the break in this 4th game, and the crowd really showing their appreciation for seeing the South Dakota kid in this arena and playing so well.
It looks daunting for the rest of the field in this shootout because he's not missed. His positional play is perfect.
The level of play throughout the entire first round of the shootout has been incredible. Now we're into the final 16, and I think the level of play is just going to continue to be tough.
We're going to have some real interesting encounters later as well as the day goes on. Of course, this shootout will be played down to a winner, which will be later this evening, but all through the day we'll be having the last 16 matches, one after the other, so do not want to miss this. It's going to be fantastic. So George Walters now with it all to do. Not played badly.
Yeah, just one small mistake.
Trying to stop the tide.
Yeah, one small mistake on a positional play.
His break's great. I mean, that's a really good break.
Right away, if that 13 ball can sink into the side pocket, which is tough, it's thin, But right away, I like the stripes here. You've got some issues with the 6 ball if you play solids. But the 13 might be a bigger issue if it doesn't fall into that side pocket. He may opt to play solids here and go for the breakout.
Well, I think that's what he's doing exactly. I like his play. I mean, I was impressed with George Walters yesterday against Shane Thompson. And I'm equally as impressed today because he's playing the greatest player, one of the greats of the game.
Yeah.
You know, and this must be a dream as well for George Walters to be stood here playing Shane Van Boening.
Well, and the bigger part of that dream is if he could pull off the upset win.
Well,
can you call it an upset with the way he's playing, though? Again, like you said, he played great yesterday. He's had one positional mistake today. It's still early.
What I like, Stephen, he doesn't look scared. A lot of players would be out there thinking, oh my God, I'm in an arena. A packed crowd have all come obviously to see Shane Van Boening and George Walters being the local boy. So we pulled up into the parking lot. There's no space for us. We've had to go around the back of the building. Yeah. So it shows how many people have turned up to watch this. But I'm just so impressed that his feathers aren't ruffled at all. A lot of players would be out there and they would just shrink, you know, and sort of melt into the floor. But
the only thing I don't like here with what George is doing is it looks like he's keeping that problem ball until the last shot. That might come back to bite him here.
Well, he has to really go now. I think, but he must go. He must feel this goes off the. Well, if he's only just looking now, but he must feel that this goes off the jaw and just slides in.
I think he took a glance at it early and decided it did. I hope he didn't second guess.
Well, if you're looking that long now,
I don't think it goes, Tony. It's going to be tight.
Certainly doesn't go like that when you clip the 11.
Yeah, and it was so tight that you have to get
what
close.
I'm going to say is he's looked at that late. I think he's just assumed that went. Yeah. Because why would you look that long, that late into, you know, you're running the rack and you're 5 balls in.
Yeah, I think he took a glance early, but he didn't glance enough because that ball was very, very tight.
Well, I'll tell you where he'll be glancing very shortly is at the scoreboard, and it's going to be 4-0.
Yeah, if Shane can get out of this issue with the 11, I think the 11 goes cleanly off the 6. The only really tougher shot after this is his opener right here on the 15 ball.
Yeah.
Play it good, you're out.
That's there. Right in the heart of the pocket.
And I like the way he's played this because he's going to give himself no angle on the 13. No risk of scratching, no risk of having any issues. He's opting to play for the 11. It's got to go clean then if he's playing this ball.
Well.
The first miss from SVB. And I don't think he's left a pocket. I think he was willing to risk that because he knew he wasn't going to leave much.
I think the 6 might go. I think if he plays this right, just into the angle of the jaw and hit the 11, it might squeeze past.
He's got to hit it perfect.
Like that.
That's a good shot. George Walters coming with a really big shot when he needed to.
Well, George Walters now, this 5 ball and the 8 to get himself off the mark against Shane Van Boening.
And if he drops this 8 ball, just listen for the crowd because he's got some fans here. And there it is. Big pop there for George Walters, the hometown boy, getting his first rack on SVB. I think Shane was willing to risk putting that ball in front of the pocket and trying to keep it blocked. He knew it probably didn't go, but George made a good play to get out.
I see why Shane's played that shot, because if he was behind it and missed that ball, he's leaving an easy combo or whichever shot for George.
Absolutely.
That way he's thinking, if I cover, which he thought he would cover it completely, he's not leaving anything. But that tiny gap and the shot that George Walters played, which was a very, very good shot, by the way, it was enough to get him off the mark. And George Walters as well, he's put his peg in the ground and said, I'm here to compete. I'm not here to just watch you, Shane.
The tough part for George now is Shane's breaking, and he's been flawless on his own breaks.
Is this going to be 3 in a row?
Well,
break and run.
The stripes are wide open if he can get an opening shot.
So are the solids.
Yeah, there's a combo on the 6-7.
Combo's easy, though.
Dead in. When you break like that...
Well, we've already given him the rack.
Well, I mean, he's still got to run it out. I always like to give everybody the benefit of the doubt, but if he can make this opening shot, I don't see any issues. Taking on a little bit of a tester. It's a thin cut. Your cue ball's going to be moving. Trying to get down for that 5 ball so he can take it out of play.
And he's scratched.
That's a huge,
in the side pocket.
Huge miscalculation.
Well, it's the throw on this table. When you hit the cushions, it does throw a little wider than he would have thought it.
Well, Tony, now we got a game on our hands because George has a wide open table to run out and make this 3-2.
Shane would have took stripes if he had an easier starting ball, and I think he thought, well, I don't mind the combo, just make the 4 ball, and I'm going to run the rack. Now, George Walters, he looks very excited as well. He looks like he's got a skip in his stride.
Well, I would too with this layout. I absolutely would come to the table feeling like $1 million because even being the player I am, I don't care who's on the table, whether it's George or Shane Van Boening or the best player ever to compete. If I'm coming to the table with this rack, I feel great.
The great thing is, I'd already given Shane this rack. But it was, well, you wouldn't expect it, would you? And like I say, the throw of the cushion has caught Shane out.
This is why this format is the most exciting thing in pool. Because anything can happen.
She's checking, but there's nothing really to check. He's just roll this in dead weight, and he's going to have a very simple 8 ball into the top right hand corner.
And once again, the crowd might even go louder for this one. George lines up the 8 ball to make it 3-2, and him breaking. Very nice out there.
2 in a row. George Walters.
It's an interesting idea that, I mean, I don't know what the split is. It sounds pretty 50-50, but it's an interesting deal when George might be the fan favorite in this match just because of where we are. Obviously, Shane Van Boening has fans upon fans upon fans, but the crowd reactions are very similar. So, you think about the crowd reaction, Shane might be the underdog there.
Well, I think Shane's seen it all before, done it all. Nothing like that's going to faze him.
Yeah, nothing phases him. He came here to play pool. That's what he's going to do.
Well, George Walters hasn't failed to make a ball from his own rack or break it from the rack.
And he's moved to this side ball break. The last time he broke, the 8 ball was moving, so keep an eye on that 8 ball. Let's see how much travel it gets.
Yeah, because don't forget, we do have the golden breaks in action, and that 8 was, I don't think it would have reached that corner pocket, but if you do break and pot the 8 ball, you win the rack. But we do have the golden duck on the downside of that. So you break, you pot the 8 ball, but you also scratch. That's loss of rack.
Yeah, and I don't think in our 1 year history, I don't think we've seen any golden ducks. We've seen a few golden breaks.
We saw a couple yesterday.
Yeah,
we saw
2 of them yesterday.
Tammy Klutman, and we also saw Dennis Hatch.
Yeah.
2 golden breaks.
I think there may have even been another one earlier on. But here we are. The stripes look good. The 15 ball has at least 2 pockets. So he's got to play this one right to get it. I like cutting the 10 ball and just trying to bump the 6 ball. If you're going to have to bump something, that's the ball you want to bump.
It's going to be hard to hit that 6 because of the throw again off that side rail. It's more likely to hit the 3.
Which is what you don't want. He's just going to move the 15.
Yeah, he came narrow. I don't think he tried to play that. I think he tried to get the 6 ball and it's failed.
He's ended up in a weird spot here.
Can he get through? If he can get through the gap of the 6 and the 1 and see the 13, he's still okay. He's in decent shape.
I don't think he can. I think the 13 is to the right of the gap, which would put him scratching off the 13. I think, if anything, he might have to try and go rail first with some spin.
No, I think it's tight. No, he's going exactly what you said.
And it's tough to do on this table. The spin is going to be a little late on the reaction.
But the 13's a fair way over at the pocket as well.
Yeah, that's tough. And so what he's done here is he's bumped the 2 kind of into the 4. It's going to make things a little rough. The 7 and the 5 are tough, but Shane's going right to work on his problem areas.
I think these are they're not bad. Like I say, you've got ball in hand, so you get
just nothing.
Yeah, but because you've got ball in hand, that gets rid of the 2-4 situation straight away. The 7 does go into the side pocket. You get the right angle on that. You push the 5 down the rail. Everything is pretty much is there for Shane.
He looks like he's eyeing up this combo. I'm not sure I love this. I like playing your way and hitting the gap to shoot the 7 in the side pocket.
I'd be surprised if he plays a combo. I really would. 6 ball.
He's changed his shot. That's good. The combo goes better in the top right than it does the bottom right.
I think 6 and then 7 for me. I go 6, 7, shoot the 5 down the rail, then 3.
Yeah, that's the right play, and that's exactly what he's done here.
The 1, he's got a choice of 1. The 1 will go into the pocket where the 13 is as well. So he's fairly open. He might want to move the 15 at some point.
I think he might be trying to leave the 4 for his key ball.
Yeah.
My first glance is I would try and take it out here, but you make your leave on the 8 ball a little tougher if you're playing the 3. We'll see what he does. Okay. 4 in the top right, 1 in the side, 3 in the bottom right, 8 ball, fielder's choice.
Yeah, that's pretty good position there for Shane. Strokes 1 ball into the side pocket, back off the rail, 3 into the bottom corner, and 8 will go in the top corner.
And this is why he's considered one of the GOATs. This is why he's considered that, because his position play is so good, his pocketing is so good, he's so good under pressure.
He's just checking to see if the 8 ball might go in that right side pocket past the 15. I think he must do.
Yeah, good call. But George has had opportunities and he hasn't been able to capitalize on them. And now we are 4-2 with 11 minutes and 39 seconds left on the clock in this race to 6. If George were to be able to take away the next 2 racks, we could be getting into some odd territory with the clock, but it's way too early to even consider that. The one thing we do have to think about is that 15-second shot clock. It does come into play in 1 minute and 39 seconds. And Shane always looks so calm and concentrated. You hardly ever see him have a reaction to much of anything. Pretty straight-faced.
But see, the difference between the 2 players is Shane's, when he gets in amongst the balls, doesn't fall out of position. Okay, so he's had that 1 scratch, and I think the throw off the table caught him out there. But George has just made 1 or 2 very small errors of position, and that's the difference between the 2 players. This is what makes the difference between winning and losing matches. Is that tiny fine line.
Yeah.
You make the least mistakes, you're the one that's going to win.
And Shane taking the stripes here, and it's almost tic-tac-toe. The 1 ball that he has to get good shape on is the 15, but it's not really an issue with where the 14 lies. I mean, he's literally just going to make a big circle around the table and get out here.
Yeah, but he gets rid of the 13, then the 10. 15, 14's his last ball, 8 in the bottom corner. He'll just leave himself a slight angle here on the 14 so he can just Well, I think he's fairly straight on that. I thought he might like to leave himself a little angle just to,
I think
let's say, get the cue ball nearer the 8.
I think he's going to stun it off the top rail and come out just a little bit. Yeah, just like that.
I'm just greedy with position. I want to be a little bit closer, but this is food and drink for Shane Van Boening. 5-2. He's on the hill.
I think if you had to describe that run out there, it was utter perfection with everything he played. It was a fairly basic run out, but he plays it so well, makes it look so easy, makes it cool for players like me and you to go out there and say, oh, if he can do it, I can do that. It looked easy.
So George Walters back against the wall. He's 5-2 down against the great Shane Van Boening. And we're in fairy tale land if he was to come back. But it is a huge mountain to climb now for George Walters as he steps up to break off in the 8th rack. It is a race to 6. Van Boening on the hill. Walters to break. Needs to make a ball. Needs to then run the rack. Can he do it?
A ball again moving, but not enough juice.
He's not going to get anything.
This is rough.
Dry for Walters as Shane Van Boening comes out of his seat, approaches the table like the predator he is.
Well, and there you heard the ding in the arena. That beautiful bell sound means it's time to up the pace a little bit. I don't think it's going to matter. After this shot, we will be moving to a 15-second shot clock. So if nothing else, SVB is going to have to speed up just a little bit, but fairly straightforward run out here if he can move that 3 ball and move that 6 ball. And I think he can.
So it's a straight run out. If he can move the 3 ball, the 6 ball, which other ball? Any more balls he wants to move out?
He has balls that are made to just break that out pretty easily. And only 15 seconds. Shane's never played on this shot clock. He is aware of it, obviously, but
well, he played that one very unflustered, like he's been playing with the shot clock for years, because a lot of people would have panicked when they heard the buzzer. Yeah. But he's aware of everything that's going on.
He did use his extension on that one. I don't think he wanted to make that ball, but it's not going to matter.
How's that for a shot?
He's got a good layout to move this 6. Oh, a little stall there.
Yeah. It was almost as if he changed his mind mid-swing.
Yeah, he stopped his contact on the cue ball and changed what he was doing, and I think it's caused an issue here.
I think he was going to stun into it originally.
He's changed his mind and come through.
Yeah.
Shot clock is moving.
That is close.
Well, no buzzer,
No.
so I think he got it off cleanly.
We're talking, that was a millisecond.
And George Walters now on his first.
Well, George Walters still has an extension to use in this rack, and he's not used it. As you can see down at the bottom of the graphic, Shane Van Boening has used his. Well, that's where it says extension there. And George Walters had it there, so he could have taken a little more time.
Oh, no. The same shot he scratched on last time.
In
that
the same
little
pocket.
bit of bottom right to draw the ball out, and he scratches. Now, George, 15-second shot clock, it rattled him last time. He still does have the extension. Needs to be weary of the clock. You don't want to rush, but you can't afford a time foul. It's a very fine line. You see players rush, they miss balls or shape. Oh, no.
Oh, George Walters has just scratched by move. He's cued down. I think his shirt must have touched the ball.
And that's what I was just talking
about. And that's match over. Unbelievable.
If you don't rush, you can get there, but he was very, very flustered by the time. SVB takes down his very first Shootout victory in the Ozone Billiards Iowa Shootout. We will get a word from him and Mr. Simon Webb when we come back.
Down to the arena. Let's get a few words with our first winner of the day. Shane, congratulations. Nice to finally get going with Ultimate Pool USA. You've been here for a day or so and finally get onto the table.
Yeah, this is actually the first time I played this event, so especially on this table, it's a little different than what I'm used to playing.
Yeah. How tough was it to sort of get the touch? It felt like you ran out the first rack and it looked like you had complete control.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about the patterns. You know, I'm very good with the 8-ball pattern, so
Yeah.
I grew up playing 8-ball for 40 years.
Yeah.
So just get up to the table and try to shoot the balls in, and you got to be careful with the cue ball control.
Obviously, you're known for playing an awful lot of pool around the world and a lot on the 9-footers, but 7-foot 8-ball. You like it?
I mean, especially with the shot clock, and you got to really think, and I kind of like it.
Yeah, it's good fun. The match didn't quite go too deep in terms of having to see drama with the match clock, but it's also another element that you have to keep an eye on. Were you kind of watching the match clock?
Just have to wait and see, when you get towards to the finals and see what happens. It's going to get more interesting.
Yeah, it certainly will. Look, congratulations on a good performance. We certainly enjoyed it. I think everyone here enjoyed it, and we look forward to seeing you when you come back out for the quarterfinals a little bit later on.
Yep, thank you.
And we are going to move on ourselves. Let's find out who Shane will play in the quarterfinals next.
My break tip is completely different from everything that is on the market. Combines the qualities of like a playing tip with a super powerful tip. It's like a tip on the steroids. You can open with less power and still have spin and split the pack perfectly, but you can go for the power breaking and you still have control. You just need to know how to do it. A lot of players that they told me that because they use so less power on breaking, they can focus on accuracy, and the rack always splits the way they want. And because they are not using the power, they keep that accuracy and its reliability. I believe that when you're going to buy something, you need to believe on it and buy it perfectly. And on my side, what I believe is, if I'm going to offer you something, it needs to be better than I was expecting me for buying itself. The increases it's fantastic, it's super good. And they are consistent, they still have power or more power than the normal tips, and they last. And that's what I want. It really feeds me on. When people say thanks and they like the product and they are happy, I feel joy to myself. It's not really just proud, it's just joy. I feel happy.
right, guys, we are back in the Ultimate Pool USA Arena, and we have a great match for you here. Dave Matlock and Coby Jaap. Coby taking out Cleve Thompson last night to advance to the final 16. And here he is. He's got a veteran of the arena. It's the gunslinger, Dave Matlock. Be ready for some amazing shot making and probably a little bit of wildness, because Dave is he's a banger. He loves to shoot the ball. He loves to shoot the ball and make it do crazy things and then make it go in the hole. We've seen him do some wild shots. Very entertaining player.
Yeah, my first introduction to Dave Matlock was in Arizona, and a really, really lovely guy. But what a player.
Yeah, looking at him, he's a little intimidating, but when you meet him, he's the nicest guy in the world. Like, you can't be scared of him.
He took down the mixed pairs as well.
Yeah, him and Jordan Helfrey, and they'll be looking to defend their title.
I think Dave Matlock there was expecting just to run into that 13 ball there and hold for the 7, and it's actually drifted past without making contact on anything. Only shot he has now is to go rail first and into the 7. Played that superbly. And you said about the shot making.
If you're building the perfect pool player and you had to take somebody for their shot making ability,
you'd take me all day long. What are you laughing at?
A few people might, but I think I'm taking Dave Matlock.
Well, good luck with that. No, absolutely right. He's a fantastic player.
We need to get a Tony Holgate versus Dave Matlock exhibition going.
No, we don't.
No?
No.
You don't want to prove your ability.
My ability against Dave, well, I retired many moons ago, I think. I think Dave would actually absolutely take me apart. So I'm quite happy sat here. I don't miss anything from this position.
He's taken apart this rack like a surgeon.
He has.
A very precise surgeon. And that is a break and run there for Dave Matlock. Very, very good start.
Yeah, he sort of fell out of position, but he dug himself back out the hole he went into. As Dave has a swig of water. There's Coby Jaap. We've not seen him yet at the table in this match. He's from Montana. Another nice guy. I first met him obviously as well in Arizona, and when he was playing Joe Prince for a few dollars on the night before the tournament, and he took him. Well, he gave Joe a bit of a hiding, I have to say, but Joe had one or two halves of shandy, let's say.
Yeah, I spoke to Coby right before this match. He's feeling a little under the weather, so he told me just hoping his game can hold up when he's not feeling great. And having a disadvantage like that against a player like Dave is definitely something to overcome, but we've seen him play really well, so I think he can survive it. But he's got to make a ball in the break, and he didn't do that now. Dave Matlock comes to the table. And solids are looking good, except for this first shot.
I think he wanted to hit that. He wanted to cannon into that a lot harder. Push the one ball more into the middle of the table. But it will now go in the bottom left-hand corner. But has he come too far to play the combo?
Now, what do you do here if you...
bank the one.
That's a good call. You're going to see him fired in with a little bit of pace. Oh. Well, he couldn't have missed it by any less. Or any more, excuse me. Hit both points of the pocket. And now Coby with a chance to redeem himself on his dry break.
Yeah, we got our first proper look at the man from Montana. He gets his first real feel of the match table today. I think there he was trying to fire into the 2 balls at the top. And he sort of dug a little bit deep there.
Yeah, this is a tough spot to be in. I think I'm trying to play a little safe and bump that 12 ball in front of the pocket. If you're going to do that, though, you got to get the 12 in front of the pocket. And he didn't do that. If this ball is touching, Dave cannot hit this ball and move it. But he looks like it was good. Ooh, and a little bit of a risky shot there. All right, now Dave's going to try and have to bank this ball one more time. Let's see if he can get it in the pocket this time, and he does. And he's blocked himself on the 7.
Yeah.
And it's sitting on the rail or very close to it. This is a very tough shot to go rail first on this.
And now he's put the 13 in a way. Has he got the gap? I don't think he has.
I think he's got an edge there.
Just.
What an immaculate run there from Matlock with the bank on the 1 and the rail first shot. Oh,
wow.
No.
Well, you weren't expecting that, were you, Stephen?
No, not after the 2 shots he just made.
So Coby Jaap now with such a good opportunity here to settle himself in day 2 of the Ozone Billiards Iowa Shootout. And that's pretty perfect. They just run this in. Who's going to bring the cue ball down and have the 8 ball in the other side pocket. So this is a nice little gentle roll into this side pocket for Coby. Okay, he's playing it with a bit more pace. Felt more comfortable that way.
Yeah, I think the side pocket still looks good here.
Yeah. It's the easier shot. I mean, even though the corner's fine, but... And in she goes, and Coby Jaap pulls level. But you wouldn't have expected Dave Matlock to miss that 8 ball into the corner.
Especially with the previous 2 shots. They looked immaculate. It looked like he was cueing the ball really comfortably, and then I think he just jammed it a little hard.
Well, Dave's been around a long, long time, and that's no detriment to his age, but he's just probably the most experienced man in that arena today in the entire field. He's played more tournaments than anybody.
Yeah, and you'll hear us mention it again, but I think him and his mixed pairs partner, there's I want to say it's a 59-year difference.
I remember you saying it in Arizona.
And that to me is just crazy. And they won it. They won the event.
Yeah.
They took out a very tough Justin Bergman and Tina Larson in the end. And Dave obviously is leading the charge there. And his partner is just making sure she does her job. It was fun to watch. We'll get more mixed pairs tomorrow, one of our favorite events here. But right now, the Ozone Billiards Iowa Shootout, and it's tied 1-1. Dave has a pretty big task ahead of him because this isn't the most straightforward rack. He's done pretty well with that shot. He's still got the 10 ball as an issue.
Yeah, I think that the 10 ball goes into the right-hand side pocket. He's come too far to take the 14, so he's going up for the 12.
I like taking the 15 here and letting that be your 10 ball shot. He may have a different plan. He's got the shot. I still don't love it.
No, he's not in the greatest shape here. Has to play the 13 into the corner, so the cue ball's going to come down. He wants to try and get near to that 14 ball.
Oh, this is getting rough.
But he strokes the 14 now into the side pocket. The cue ball goes up to the top rail. He wants to get on the 10 ball next.
Hard to control
So
the
this
speed.
right hand side pocket now, just a gentle roll.
And he's missed it. He just caught the point. And again, trying to control the speed.
Very, very tough on this table to play that very slow roll cut. It's a horrible shot. You'd rather be playing a ball with pace. You feel more confident where you're striking it.
The table's fast and it's slick. And when you have situations like that, it can be hard to get the speed of the table down and get the cue ball reaction off the rail that you want. And that's just a testament to the players that we've had so far. These guys are playing very well on this table. The 6 ball goes here. He can cut it.
I don't think he's going to be playing that shot. For me, I think he may shoot a 7.
Went for the breakout, and he moved it. Now he's going to have a tough 1 ball shot. I don't think he wants to take on the 6 right here.
If that goes past the 15, I take the 6 now. Just draw the cue ball back and then roll the 1 slowly into the bottom right. Well, the 1 and the 5 are going to go in the same corner, so he's going to play the 6.
That's a good
call. This is a very, very slow roll now with this 1 ball into the corner pocket. He's looking there. That's how far he wants to get the cue ball up the table. He doesn't want to go any further than that. So he might drag this with a bit of spin. That's played very nicely indeed there by Coby Jaap.
The good news is the 8 ball.
He's put that cue ball exactly pretty much where he wanted it.
If he were to come up short on that last one, the 8 ball goes in off the 14, but he's going to play it perfect.
8 ball, same pocket, slide it down the rail. And this is an impressive finish.
And this right here, this run out right here is the reason that Coby Jaap is in the shootout. He's a very impressive player. We've seen some great things from him in Arizona, and now here he is proving that he can hang with the big dogs.
Dave Matlock looks at the table. He looks quite angry. I think it's his general demeanour. He's the nicest guy as well.
I'm telling you, when you watch him from this view right here, he looks scary.
He looks like he's been really upset by somebody, and you just don't want to cross that man.
Well, and imagine how it feels sitting across the arena from him. He looks like he's gonna take your head off. But
absolutely,
I don't think he would. I don't think he could. He's just the nicest guy.
So Coby Jaap to break off in rack number 4, leading 2-1.
Needs a good break here. That one was a little flat.
1 ball, is he going to come and rescue him? I don't think it is.
But it is not an easy one. It's messy down there.
Well, I think looking straight at the table, Dave Matlock will be looking at the 2-1 combo into the top left. That'll be his starting shot. Trying to get the cue ball into the pack with the 7 and the 3. So this is a very aggressive shot.
Oh, and he's missed the one
He missed the
ball.
combo. He was concentrating so much on splitting the 3 and the 7 out, he took his eye off the combo.
And if Coby has an opening shot here, the solids look great now.
Yeah,
Of
but
course,
he's
so
not-
do the stripes.
I think you ought to go stripes. I'd go stripes because I think the opening shots, it's this in the side pocket with the 4 ball, and I think this is a tough shot.
I think maybe he's choosing to do that because of the 9 and 11. Well, and now Coby may be off to the races on this one. I think he's got a pretty easy layout. Doesn't have to do too much. Toughest shot on the table is the 2 ball, and it's only because it's close to the rail.
Dave Matlock will be kicking himself for that because he knows he's took the combo for granted, making sure he gets a 7 and a 3 out into the open. And he's just, it's a very small error for margin when you play that combo. But what he has done, not made the shot, but he has still knocked the 7 and a 3 out and gave it all to Coby.
Yeah. The thing with sitting in that arena is there may be a ton of people around, but it's a very lonely place. You're out there by yourself. You have to have the memory of a goldfish because you can't sit there and think about what happened on your previous miss when you get a chance to come to the table.
We feel he's just going to shoot the 2 ball down the rail now. So all these 3 balls will be going in the same corner pocket, and the 8 ball into the left-hand side pocket. So these 2 into the corner. He just wants to come back a little bit further. That's okay. Stop the white dead. That's fine.
Yeah, and you got to think if you're Coby Jaap, there's one way to make a statement in the shootout, and that's taking out Dave Matlock, which is who he has in his sights right now.
3-1. Coby Jaap gets 2 in front of Dave Matlock in this race to 6 in the Ozone Billiards Iowa Open.
15 minutes, 53 seconds left on the clock. That means in just under 6 minutes, we will move to that 15-second shot clock. I actually think, for me personally, I think Dave thrives in that short clock. I don't know what we've seen as far as Coby, but here you go. You get a look at this. Shane Van Boening and George Walters opened up. Matlock and Jaap playing now. Next match on, Waddingham and Bustamante, followed by Joe Prince and Amy Beauchamp. Here's a good one. Tom Cousins and the incredible Nick Evans, who had that buzzer beater last night. Johnny Archer and the young gun Savannah Easton. Sam Henderson, Eric Charlton. And then to end out the first round, the perfection player Kieron Hall last night against Dennis Hatch is going to take on Justin Bergman, and he's going to have to be perfect in that match to win, because Justin does not play around when it comes to this table, this arena.
Well, that's an incredible lineup for the last 16. We will see it through all the way to the final that will be later tonight. So the shootout winner will be unmasked later. But in the meantime, Coby Jaap would just love it to be him.
Yeah, I mean, in Arizona, he hoisted up the Mini Games Championship. He'd love to upgrade that to a shootout title. And the prize fund to go along with it isn't bad either. Coby being very careful about where his shirt is. We are playing all ball fouls. We saw an absolute just tearjerker of a foul on that last match with Shane and George. Had a chance to continue the match, and just a bad foul. So you got to be very careful with your hand placement, your shirt. Cannot risk taking a bad foul.
Starting to look very confident now, Coby Jaap. The stripes are all open. It's just Coby trying to pick his route. Now then, it's either or here. He's going to be 15 or 14, obviously. For me, I think I shoot the 14 and come back up, and he's going to do that.
I think the big question is
Carry on down the table and leave himself to 10 in the bottom right.
you just got to be careful with where that 8-ball rolls to. You don't want to tie it up against anything.
This is a risky play. I think he's okay. The thing with that shot, if you go another millimetre further than that, you're hooked behind the 7. That's why I thought he would have rolled down through.
I think he's got a good angle to come bottom rail over to the side. Watch the scratch.
But if he'd played coming down here, the 8-ball was easy.
Oh, he drew into that. That was good.
I didn't see he had that angle.
I thought he had too much angle.
That's an easy 8-ball as well.
Yeah. I thought he had too much angle on that.
Yeah, this is great play from Coby Jaap. And he goes, oh my word, how's he missed that? Wow, wow, wow. That is incredible. That beats Dave Matlock's miss. Look at this.
That's a
I think
mistake.
It's that easy. He's not even looked at it. That is absolutely incredible. Dave Matlock won't be able to believe his luck. And Dave Matlock's going to say thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. Maybe Coby Jaap thought it was Dave Matlock's birthday. Either that or it's the earliest Christmas present I've ever seen.
That's definitely a gift that Dave Matlock's been given. Coby maybe just took that 8-ball for granted because it was straight in. But again, memory of a goldfish. Got to forget about it. You can't dwell on it because then you'll play bad for the rest of the match.
And that's A1 for Dave Matlock. Simple 1-ball. An even simpler 8. And this is 3-2 when he was staring 4-1 in the face. But it's 3-2. Dave Matlock right back in this match.
Yeah, this is where for Coby you have to use the AA rule. Analyze after. Don't worry about missing that ball now. Forget about it. Analyze it later. Go back and watch it later. Don't think about that shot because if you do, it'll drive you insane. He knows he's supposed to make it.
Richard Rhodes, our referee there, making sure all the balls are touching. Just 11 minutes and 34 seconds are left on this clock.
Real quick, I'm going to give a shout out to the DFW Ultimate Pool League. Just got some messages. I got some people from back home watching the shootout, enjoying the show. So all the DFW UPL guys.
Yeah, big hello to them.
Thank you for watching, and I hope you guys enjoy it, and I'll see you guys on Tuesday.
Why go up there and ruin their day?
I'm giving them warning. At least they know.
Well, is this going to be some wanted medication to soothe the pain of the last missed 8-ball for Coby Jaap? Because these stripes are really nice.
All right. And this has been pretty good.
It's just Coby Jaap would love that 6 ball to be nowhere near this little gang of balls here. So he's got to be just a little bit careful.
Yeah, I think he's going to be okay with the bump. He's playing it with the pace.
Yeah, he's played that very well. Just got rid of the 6 ball out of that path between the 9 ball and the 12 ball, and now everything, well, I'm going to say everything's pretty simple now for Coby, but that 8 ball in last frame, I wonder if it's still in his mind.
Here's something to think about. He's about to shoot the 8 ball into the side pocket.
Not only that, we've just changed now to 15 seconds of shot as well.
Yeah. So after this shot, well, actually, I guess it came in on this shot.
He's just used his extension, yeah.
That's a smart move.
Yeah. Well, he's landed very close to the rail now with the cue ball, so there's, it's a bit harder to control the weight of the shot.
All right, Coby. Memory of a goldfish. It's in the same pocket. Just
not the cue action of a goldfish.
Yeah, not the cue action of a goldfish. Redemption in the center and the heart of the pocket. Coby Jaap goes up 4-2. 9 minutes, 19 seconds left in this final 16 match. We have so much action coming for you here in just a few. I'm super excited for all the matchups we have today, but we also have the juniors, the women's, the open, and the mixed pairs. It's
an incredible amount of pool going on in this vast arena. Richard Rhodes there, just being very meticulous with the balls. So Dave Matlock now to break off rack number 7. Made balls. What's he been left? Opting for the stripes.
Oh, and this is...
Well, that 15's in a bit of a dirty place.
And now he's queuing over the 8 and stretched.
Played that very well, but still this is very, very tricky, and he's not landed in great shape here, Dave Matlock.
I think he's got to shoot for the bank on the 14.
If you're Coby Jaap, you're sat in your chair thinking, I'm going to get a go at these to get on the hill.
Oh, wow. So he makes a big shot here, but he's going to have to play safe now, unless we see a Dave Matlock special and see him carry him off the 6 ball. Now he's going safe. Oh, he went for a combo.
Well, it's a loss of turn, because obviously he's just made the 6 ball into the bottom corner. So now Coby Jaap will come to the table on solids, and his only tricky ball there looks to be the 7, which is behind the 13. So he's going to shoot the 2 ball. Now he should be playing the 4 ball now into the bottom right hand corner. That's where he should be going and trying to get on the 7. Now, does he cannon into it, or does he try and get onto it? Either way, he's got to shoot the 4 ball now. Makes the 4. He tried to cannon it, But has he lost the cue ball? Oh, that was very, very close.
But you know what it's done is it's taken the 5 ball out of play. He can no longer shoot it because he's hooked by the point. So now, big shot on the 7, not much time to think about it.
Got to try and bank it.
Oh, and he smashed
he's made it. What a shot.
Under the gun,
What
under
a
the
shot
pressure.
that is. But he had to play that with right-hand English on it as well to straighten the bank, because that would have slid.
Yeah, well, no time to celebrate. He's only got 15 seconds to
Well, I
get
didn't know
on
he
this
was going to do a
3 ball.
lap of honour after playing that shot. Come on.
Not easy playing under the gun. He's got the 3 ball. I like just floating forward and playing the 8 in the same side pocket that he played the last one.
Well, Coby Jaap really is moving into overdrive, and that's another good shot. And Coby Jaap is going to get himself on the hill.
If he makes this 8 ball.
You've got to have to just forgive Coby that one earlier.
Yeah.
You need to get over it, Stephen.
We called it that time. We called the game, and
That was a great finish. He did very well, especially the bank shot with the 7 ball.
yeah, it was. It is pretty funny. After that miss, he shot every 8 ball into that same side pocket.
He has, yeah.
So getting a little redemption there.
Look at the crowd there. Look, I mean, that's an amazing setup here in Des Moines at the Rack Billiard Club, and loads of people turned up to watch the Ozone Billiards Iowa Shootout as Coby Jaap has got himself onto the hill. He's 3 racks ahead.
And
There's
look
Jordan
at
Helfrey
this.
there, look.
Yeah, Jordan Helfrey sitting here watching, and a nice big crowd checking out the Ozone Billiards Iowa Shootout. And the crowd here really is amazing. They're stacked up multiple rows deep, some standing room only past our 2
because
rows of
if you look back
chairs.
from the back diagonally to the right, there's a vast number of people there. There's the one where we looked at the left, that's where a couple of the players sort of stand.
Yeah,
Because that's where the players who actually come into the arena, was just past where Jordan was sat.
correct.
But anyway, Coby Jaap on the hill at the table. If he can run this rack, he will be in the quarter-final this evening. And he'd also be taking on Shane Van Boening.
Well, and I'll tell you this much. Coby would like nothing more than to take on the South Dakota kid.
Shoots the 3. 5 will come next. This is looking like Coby Jaap can see the finish line. He's moved into overdrive. And the man from Montana, as it, the 5 ball wipes its feet.
Well, you know, here's the thing. Even if something terrible does happen here, the clock is running. There's almost 5 minutes
He
left.
just runs us in. Lovely angle now on the 6. Plays the 6, comes off the 2 rails, leaves himself the 2 ball into the right-hand side pocket.
8 ball in the bottom
8 balls
right.
in the bottom. Thank you very much. I'm in the quarterfinals. I can go chill out, let everybody else go through the mill after me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's overshot it.
This is not what he wanted.
No.
You know what I'm doing here?
Are you coming around the back of the 15? Are you digging deep and coming off the top rail?
I'm banking the ball with a little bit of stun to ensure my cue ball stays in the middle. He was able to do it with cutting it. I thought he had more angle.
I wondered if you were thinking of going around the back or playing that shot that Coby just played. Anyway, this 8 ball is for the match. Been a great performance the second half of this from Coby Jaap.
And there it is. The boy from Montana takes down the gunslinger Dave Matlock. Coby's got to be feeling good. He's won 2 matches in the shootout so far, and he'll face Shane Van Boening next. But we'll get a word with him before that even comes close to happening.
With over 175 years of billiards history, tradition, and expert craftsmanship, Brunswick is a name synonymous with our game, which makes it the perfect partner for Ultimate Pool USA's vision, a fun, fast, and exciting pool for the players all across the United States. Brunswick, Ultimate Pool USA's official table partner.
Well, welcome back out to the arena. Coby, congratulations.
Thank you.
Solid performance. It felt like it was a step up from the way you played yesterday. It looked like you've kind of gone another level.
Yeah, and I mean, weirdly enough, I kind of woke up a little sick. I think I might have ate something bad, so maybe maybe that helped. I couldn't really think of the nerves or anything, yeah. I'm sure. But yeah, it felt good. Speed of the table I caught on to a lot faster than yesterday. And everything felt good. Brake wasn't working well until I switched to the cut brake, but then from there, started working well.
Do you think that the fact that you had to come through the prelim match, and obviously Dave was seeded through, that it gave you a nice kind of, you had that table time yesterday, you've played better today because of the fact that you had a little bit of a hit yesterday?
Yeah, for sure. That was kind of like the first experience in the arena, the first experience with all the lights. So reflected on it a lot and came in today and felt good.
I felt like you did a great job of, obviously you missed that easy 8 ball in the middle, and I felt like
what
you
8 ball?
really,
I don't remember that one.
I mean, you added drama to the match. You're doing what we want to see. But I thought you did a really good job of just not letting that rattle you or affect you. You just straight back on and just kept going and kept playing well.
Yeah, and I think that's a nice thing about like the shot clock. You don't have time to. You don't have time to, sit in it or worry about it. You just kind of have to shoot. So and I'm glad I got opportunities that I didn't expect. Dave gave me quite a few. So.
Obviously, this match was played in a nice crowd. There's quite a few people watching. Obviously, good buzz in the arena. But you're now going to be playing at 6 o'clock in the quarterfinals. First match on our evening session against a certain SVB. How do you feel about that match?
I've heard of them for sure. So I'm looking forward to it. It'll be a lot of fun.
Now that you're 2 matches in, obviously you're playing one of the legends of the game. You've just beaten a legend of the game. But are you starting to sort of really believe that you can go through and actually create a shot tonight and go on and beat Shane and go on and all the way?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I think I played good enough there. Other than that 1-8, I didn't really make any other mistakes. So if I do that, you never know. Shane breaks huge. If I get my break in line, then.
But in this format, you need 6 chances, or you need to manage the clock, and it doesn't matter who you're playing, I guess.
Yeah, and I felt good there. The clock, I felt really good with managing the clock, and I'm excited.
Well, great playing. We're looking forward to 6 o'clock already, so best of luck for that one.
Appreciate it.
And we're going to move on. Match of the round is coming up next. Craig Waddingham and Joven Bustamante after the break.
My brake tip is completely different from everything that is on the market. Combines the qualities of like a playing tip with a super powerful tip. It's like a tip on the steroids. You can open with less power and still have spin and split the pack perfectly, but you can go for the power breaking and you still have control. You just need to know how to do it. A lot of players that they told me that because they use so less power on breaking, they can focus on accuracy and the rack always splits the way they want. And because they are not using the power, they keep that accuracy.
And we are back in the Ultimate Pool USA arena. Once again, Stephen Wyatt and Tony Holgate here to do comms for you.
Yeah, we locked ourselves in. They can't get rid of us.
And this is going to be a monster match. Two of the bigger breaks in Ultimate Pool. Joven Bustamante with a monster break. Craig not too bad himself. Look at this, 2 balls down. Does it look good, Tony?
Well, yeah, this is nice solids, I think, here for Craig Waddingham. Obviously, one of our UK professionals from Ultimate Pool. One of the big serial winners. Came over to Arizona. That was his first visit to the US.
Loved
Had
the
a
trip.
mixed bag of a weekend. He went out early in the shootout, but he made a good fight of it in the open. But this time he's here, and he said he means business.
And he does with that bank shot. If you're not familiar with Craig Waddingham, he's the silver sniper. And we will definitely see him snipe some balls into the pocket this weekend because he is a ball maker.
He's a great shot maker. He's one of the very, very best.
Not afraid to take on a tough out. I liken him to Dave Matlock. As you just saw, that opening shot, not the easiest.
The other thing with Craig, very used to the 15-second shot clock when we get that far into the match. Obviously, because we play with that in the UK. So that's going to be no stranger to him.
Another noticeable difference between Craig and every single other person in this event, he is playing with a Chinese 8-ball cue. Very small tip, very thin shaft, and having success with it as he made the final of the Arizona Open, only losing to the eventual winner, Joe Prince.
I'll tell you this now, the tip on the end of that cue is like a brick. I had to go with it the night before last. I said, how can you play it? And he loves it. He said, the harder the tip, the better. I like a sort of softer feel to it, but
I think he's overrolled this a little bit.
He has.
So now...
Well, see, this is what I said yesterday about some of these players. They didn't play in the first round. They were already seeded through. And now they've not been used to this table. They've been practicing on the outside tables, and they're going to overrun the odd ball.
Yeah, Joven's had an opportunity to play a match on this table. Craig has not.
And it's what I said yesterday on Bustamante's match. I said, is Joven getting an advantage here by getting an early match?
Well, this is going to be a tough one. Well, the cue ball's coming off at an angle where he could scratch.
How thin would this cut be with the 8 into the bottom left if he could do it? Because he's going to have a go at cutting this ball into the bottom left-hand corner.
And the cue ball will be traveling. And he's hit it so good. What an out by Craig Waddingham. The silver sniper takes down the first rack in a monster run out.
That's what Craig Waddingham does. Great shot maker. One of the UK's very, very best. And we'll have another look at this 8 ball. This is very, very thin. Made it look very, very easy, in fact. But I can assure you it wasn't. And a smile on the face of the man. Shaking his head a little bit because he'll probably be annoyed about some of his position. But Joven Bustamante has got one sledgehammer of a break. I was on comms yesterday when he played, and it is an absolute crunching break this man possesses.
Yeah,
I did see last night when he left the building, he did leave half a pitcher of beer behind as well, which I haven't pulled him up on yet.
Yeah, Eric Charlton are good buddies with Joven.
Yeah.
Was letting people know that Joven's eyes were a little bigger than his stomach.
Anyway, let's have a look at the Bustamante break. This I think this is the best break in the whole room.
Going head on here and a big, powerful smash. A little weaker than what we've seen.
Yeah,
that might be the weakest break I've seen him do.
Is a 12 ball going to save him? No, it's not.
This is an open table other than the 3-12-9 area.
I gave it all the big build-up.
Yeah, it was a little lackluster, Tony. But we've seen him make some
Is it the first one of the day? Maybe a bit jaded from yesterday because he didn't finish his beer?
It's a possibility here. But Craig Waddingham at the table with a chance to run out. He's looking at the solids here. The only thing he's got to worry about is the 3.
No, he's going to play the 4 ball now down into this bottom right-hand corner, but he's going to play it into the 9 ball. He plays the 4 into the 9 at pace. In fact, he could just play straight into the 12, and the 12 will knock the 3 out. But this is his shot.
If he's going to go to the rail and then the 9 to force it over.
Nope, straight into the 9.
Oh, watch out, 13. This isn't good. I don't think he can see to the 5.
He's been a bit unfortunate there. I mean, because he's took the bull by the horns and gone for it, and it doesn't look like Craig Waddingham has been rewarded. So the silver sniper, I think he can get to the 1 ball, but then it's going to be hard. I mean, could he just soft roll the 1 into the top corner and try and get on the 7 to come down into the bottom left?
Yeah, I like that play. It also depends on how much of the 7 he can see right now. I don't think he ever looked at it, so it's not going to matter. Smooth shot. Needs a little bit of angle, just a little bit. Not too much. I think he got too much.
He can still cut it. Again, it's very, very thin.
Well, after the 8 ball he just cut in, I feel like he can cut anything on the table. But he's got to be weary of his cue ball.
Yeah, what you need to do here, you need to play it with a load of right-hand spin. So you've got to come off that side rail, but bring the cue ball down towards the 2 ball in that sort of direction. And that's what Craig will try and do. And you see, he's just putting a tiny bit on now.
You're banking on a little bit of good fortune.
And he's on the 2. But
he's also on,
he's on the 5. He needs to play the 5. He can play the 5 now and come off the rail and kick into the 13 and kick it away from the 3. Craig Waddingham is pulling out some incredible shots. Oh, he's kicked the 3. Yeah, but he's crossed now because that. You see, on an English table, you play that straight into the rail, it comes straight back. On this table, it goes through a bit further. Because of the weight of the ball on the American table, so it shoves slightly forward. And he's not legislated for it, so he's going to have to try and kick this off the rail.
Yeah, he's going to try and kick this ball on a table that slides. It's one of the toughest shots to attempt when you're playing it with English.
So Bustamante with his first opportunity amongst the balls. He's got an easy starter with this 9. Now then, he tried to just bump that 13 so it passes the 3. I'm not sure it does. I think it might need moving again. This Joven just has a little look at. Oh, not much room there, is there? But I think it will go. But if you're going to be playing it, you want to be right behind that 13.
Yeah, I agree.
It's no good. You don't want to be playing that from a long way away, do you?
No, not at all. That's worst case scenario. The closer you can get to the 13 ball is going to be for the better. There's even a play. He could play a safety shot of sorts when he gets there. I like this. He's going to take out all the balls at the top here, and I think he's just going to end up playing safe on that 13 ball.
I think he feels it goes. And he also gets rid of the 11 here. Now then, they want to shoot 14 and 12. He's going to do it in the order of 12, then the 14.
He's overrolled it just a smidge. It shouldn't be an issue. He might actually be able to play the 14 and come down and get a little bump. I think that might be what he's playing for.
I think he looks a little bit straight, but I think you put the 14 in the side pocket. Lots of topspin on the cue ball. Come off the side rail, so it goes forward and off the side rail. and down for the 13.
I don't think this ball goes. I think it's very tough.
I think he goes, but I think he wanted to be like 2 inches behind it, so he could just roll this in. I mean, this makes it a lot harder, playing it with a bit of power. Flew in.
Well, good camera work there. We were able to see that it does indeed go, and Joven Bustamante is on the board 1-1, and he's got a little bit of a fan base out there. You heard that, the crowd getting a little amped up for him. 21-48, we're almost a third of the way through the match clock, and 1-1 is the score in this race to 6 for the Ozone Billiards Iowa Open. And Joven's been impressive in every event we've seen. He's had a little bit of an adjustment to some of the rules, but I think that's behind him now. I think that is behind him. Now, the Silver Sniper up to break in this third rack. And look at the crowd back behind Wad there. They're stacked up as you see the Jam Up Apparel booth. 8 ball moving, not going to make a difference. He's made quite a few balls, 2 or 3. And a pretty
take your pick,
easy layout. I like the stripes just because it's a little bit more compact.
I like solids because the 1 ball's my last ball already with the 8 in the side pocket. I think if you take out the 3 solids at the side here, so 3 ball, 4 ball, 7 ball, 6 ball up to the 1, 8 in the side pocket.
And he likes yours.
He doesn't like my route round it, but he likes the solids.
And he's overcooked this one.
The bonus for Craig there is come far enough that he could play the 7 next.
Yeah.
Because he does not want to be having to play the 3 now. Is Craig now playing the 7? Now he wants to be on the 3. Now he's come up short, but he's okay. But he did play to get on the 3. He's going to be shooting the 4 now into the bottom left-hand corner. But this time he does need to make sure he comes far enough up, because he does not want to be playing the 1 before the 3 ball. So this cue ball needs to come far enough that he can play the 3 into the side pocket afterwards, because if this one's short, he's in well, I'll say he's perfect now.
Yeah, that shot was all about the white ball.
It had to come. He could not be shooting the 1 next. So now he plays the 3. The only problem for Craig, he wanted to be straight so he could just draw the cue ball straight back for the 1. Now he's going to have to put a bit of action into the cue ball here, come off the top rail and back.
Yeah, but this is a pretty standard shot.
Make sure you get past the 8.
Yeah, all you got to do is get
overhit
past the
it's
8
fine, underhit it's not.
Don't tap it.
Oh my word, too much spin. All the right hand English he put on that.
All right, look at this. He can play rail first into the 1, carry him off the 15, and it goes.
Yeah.
If he can get the angle, it's almost guaranteed. If he hits the 8 flush straight in the face, it can go off that 15 ball. It's a little bit of what we would call a flyer, but if he makes it, he's perfect.
Well, it's the only shot he's got.
You're going to see him hit this with pace. I'm surprised.
I am.
I'm really surprised he shot that way.
He's absolutely fuming. He knows that rack should have been his.
Yeah, that was a misstep on the shape, and I think it was a misstep on the shot.
I'll tell you what, when you play with lots of spin on the cue ball with one of those Chinese 8-ball cues, because it's nearly like a snooker cue. So back in the UK, obviously there's a lot of people play snooker. Now, because the tip's a bit smaller, when you contact it, and when you contact it heavy, you will generate a lot more spin.
Yeah, the smaller.
It's a smaller point of
the tip.
Impact.
Yeah.
And that's what he's done there, because when he's dug it into the rail, the amount of spin that's come on and it's took it into the 8-ball and it.
What do you like here? You
ultimately messed up the finish.
You like playing the 15 last and just taking the 8-ball down to the bottom right?
Yeah.
Or do you want to bump
about
it?
Kicking out? You can't kick. I don't think kicking out now is great, because if you hit that bang in the middle of the 8 ball. You could kick the 8 ball back into the other side pocket, but not only that, you could kick it out and leave the cue ball stuck to the rail.
Yeah.
And look at the next shot. If you're stuck to that rail, it's not very nice. So I'm 15 last, definitely.
Oh, wow.
Well, I think that's unnecessary. I don't think he needed to do it.
No, everything was lined up.
Yeah.
Well, now Joven's got a much more difficult run out with where the 9, the 10.
Yeah, he might bank the 10 or cut the 9.
If he's cutting the 9, he's got to get good on this 15 ball. He cannot overroll this. Oh, okay. He should be okay.
Yeah, but I don't think he should have moved that ball out. It didn't need to be moved.
Unnecessary movement. And now he has to work quite a bit harder for this shot. He's going to have to play it with a little bit of top and right.
Doesn't want to be straight either. He's good. Or he's going to be hampered with the 1.
And stretching. This is not good. This is not ideal at all.
Well, I'll tell you what, I wouldn't like to be doing that. I don't think I'll get back off the table. I need the fire brigade to come. Played that very well, though. Bustamante now has the easy 8 ball down into the bottom right-hand corner. And that's 2-1.
Yeah, and again, another good crowd reaction, and it'll be Joven's break. 2-1 in the lead against the Silver Sniper. 16 minutes, 41 seconds on the clock.
So the man from the Philippines leading the man from England. And it's been about Craig Waddingham falling over at the end of the rack. Both the last 2 racks.
Yeah, and I think that has a little bit to do with the fact that, again, he hasn't been on this table yet. Joven's had a full match to get warmed up, even though it was yesterday. Craig's table time here on the TV table has been very limited, if at all.
So, will Bustamante's break be back to the crunch that he had yesterday? His first one wasn't the greatest he's ever hit.
Well, there's a boom.
Yeah, that was a more solid strike. Makes a ball as well.
But it's messy. The 15, 10, 4 is not great. The 13's not great. What do you do here, Tony? Do you take the 9 ball? Or the 11?
I think he'll take the 9 just because at the 11 he's sort of bridging over it. So I think he plays the 9 and tries to come into the 10 and the 15.
Yeah, take care of your problems early. Well,
that's not great. Yeah, it's slightly better than what it was, but it's not great. It could have been a whole lot better than that.
Now, there's an opportunity here. The biggest problem now is the 13 ball. With where his cue ball is, he could take the 14, the 11,
I think
10.
the 13 goes off the rail just before the 3 and off the 3 and in.
Yeah, it's going to be a big ask and not one you want to be doing.
We saw George Walters play a shot against Shane Van Boening was similar, and I think that shot's available.
Yeah, taking all the time on this 30-second shot clock. He won't have that liberty. Oh, no.
Well,
big misstep there from Joven Bustamante. And here we are, Craig Waddingham with a very nice layout.
Yep. Now then, he takes his pick. He can get rid of the 5 and the 1 first. I thought for a second he was thinking about the 4 at the bottom, but the 7 and the 2 are near the 4, so he can get there for that. And this is the right way.
Yeah, it takes care of the 2 balls up there that have limited pockets.
I think you take the 3 as well, because you need to get that one out of the way early for the 8. So I think take the 1, take the 3.
I kind of like keeping the 3 there in case you run into trouble, but he's not going to worry about it.
You can't think about that. You've got to think, I need to take the rack right now. And the easiest way to take this rack, you've got to be confident of getting onto that 4 ball from the 7. So you need to take the 3 now. Open up that pocket for the 8. 6 ball will probably be the last ball. So now it's just drop the 7 into the side pocket. Roll it slowly. You're on the 4 next.
Pocket
so it's 7,
speed.
4, 2, 6, 8.
Pocket speed, nothing but finesse.
So this is now the simple stuff left for the silver sniper. And this is going to level the match.
4 in the bottom right.
Yeah, stops the cue ball dead.
2 in the side. 6 top left, and the 8 ball straight in.
So this will cheer Craig Waddingham up from earlier when he knows he should have got himself into a 2-1 lead, and he gave the frame to Bustamante, but Bustamante's been very kind to him and basically returned the favour. And there it goes, 8's in the bag. Waddingham is now level with Bustamante here in Des Moines, Iowa. It's the Ozone Billiards Iowa Shootout, and things are hotting up. So Craig certainly feeling better about it. Bustamante not so. He'll be just pondering, scratching when he played that 11 ball into the side pocket. Craig Waddingham said thank you very much, and that will ease his pain and suffering from the rack before. Craig now going to get ready to break off rack number 5 in this incredible venue and theatre of pool that is the Rack Billiard Club. Well, he's made a nice few balls there. 3 stripes for a start. 3 stripes, two solids. Everything open. The hardest ball is going to be his opener.
Craig Waddingham would like nothing more than to snap off the shootout here on this beautiful Easter weekend. But he's got a pretty big task in front of him, not just Joven, but everything that might come afterwards. And he is...
That's a great shot he's just played, by the way.
Yeah, he's playing very, very well. He's had a few mishaps with his cue ball.
Like I said, that's because practicing on the outside tables, the speed of the cloth is they're worlds apart.
Yeah, absolutely the best.
Comes across for the 15 next. Wants a slight angle on it, which he has. In fact, he'll just, if he can just roll this straight forward. 13 up into the top left-hand corner. And a nice simple 8 into the side pocket. And this will be 3-2 Waddingham in very, very quick fashion. And in it goes. Waddingham from 2-1 down, now 3-2 up. Yeah. In a very short space of time.
Really nice, composed run out there from Craig. He's in an arena where Joven seems to be the favorite, and that can be a little tough mentally. I know Craig's probably tries to block out the crowd noise, the cheers for Joven. It can be tough under those lights and all that. Here is our order of play. We've seen SVB take out George Walters in a really nice match. Dave Matlock comes up a little short against the very impressive Coby Jaap. Craig Waddingham and Joven Bustamante currently 3-2 to Craig. Next up, Joe Prince and champs Amy Beauchamp making her shootout debut. Tom Cousins and Nick Evans, that will be fireworks. The future and the legend Johnny Archer and Savannah Easton, Sam Henderson, Eric Charlton, and then quite possibly the match I'm looking forward to the most, Justin Bergman and the player with the perfect game, Kieron Hall, last night. If you missed it, Kieron played
Dennis Hatch
the perfect game against Dennis. No missed shots, nothing but break-in runs and follow-ups from him, but he's got a big task today.
Well, looking at the layout here, I think I choose solid, so I think I shoot the 4 ball straight down into the bottom left-hand corner.
I don't mind the stripes. It's the opening shot that gets me.
That's why the 4 ball's fairly straightforward down there. The 5's easy to get on, the 1's in the open, the 6, the 2, the 3, 8's in the open. I'm surprised.
I don't mind this because the 14-10 is a dead combo. And he's going to have it right here.
Yeah, it's a good shot. I just thought it looked fairly straightforward from where he was. He was parked behind the 4. But then Bustamante knows what he's doing. He's plotted his route and his pattern.
Yeah, I think there was a play for either side. It's just whatever you were most comfortable with on the opener. And barring any mistakes, this should be 3-all going into the 15-second shot clock. We'll get there in 15 seconds.
Yeah, let's say he shoots 11 now, 15, 9, 13.
I actually like 11, 13, 9, 15.
He likes.
He doesn't like either one of ours.
No, he doesn't. He wants it. He wants 11 last. I think he wants to play on it, leave an angle, and just roll through and have the 8 in the side pocket.
Yeah, 13, 11. He'll be rolling through.
We did well there, both of us. We both called a separate way out.
And neither one of them were correct for him. But that just goes to show you that
they all worked.
That just goes to show you that the options available to him were vast, and he could kind of pick it apart. Now, this is not great because he's ended up with the wrong angle. He's going to have to play out and into the 2 ball.
Or just come out into the gap and leave the cup with the 8. Risky going into the 2. Oh, you can still get through.
Okay.
Well, our overhead angle there told us a different story.
Yeah, great out there by Joven. Fairly simple, but he executed it very well. And here we are, 3-3, 9 minutes left on the clock. Do you think we could get into the time? I mean, these guys both break good. We're not seeing too many problem racks. I
think there's potential here for the 6 ball.
Yeah, we haven't seen one yet, but it's still early in the weekend. Technically,
I've got a feeling we're going to see a 6 ball here.
We're used to 16 players in the shootout. We've not done 24 until this event, so we've already seen a bunch of matches, but technically, according to our regular schedule, we're only 3 matches in. So, yeah, potential for a 6-ball shootout. And if you've never seen one, it is the most exciting thing in all of pool and billiards.
Yeah, I've just got this feeling we're going to go 5-5 when the clock runs down. There, I've called it, so there you go.
I think they would need a tough rack, and I don't think this is it. This is wide open. The solids look very nice. The stripes don't look bad either. We'll call it a fielder's choice. I like the way he's played this. He's able to take out the 13 ball now, and then he can move up the table after he takes the 9, or the 9 first, either way. His only questionable shot is the 10 ball, but it's not even really, it's not tough.
You can play it long. You can play it long into the corner.
Yeah. Don't want to overroll this.
Yeah, he's fine.
He's got options. That's the nice thing about this layout is he's got plenty of options.
I'll get rid of the 10 now. Get it out of the way. He's on it.
Yeah, this is really nice.
Lovely control there from Craig. Simple 8. He's going to get himself once again his nose in front of 4-3. Break and run.
Very nice break and run by Craig Waddingham.
Craig very happy indeed, but this has been a very, very high tariff match. It's been some great stuff. That man there playing his part as well, still right in it. It's going to be Bustamante to break us off in the next rack, and he will want to do exactly the same as what Craig Waddingham just did. Bustamante with the crunching break.
Well, and he's going to need it because he's down a game and the time is not infinite. We're looking at 7 minutes on the clock. Control the cue ball, make a ball, run out. That's what he's got to do. Ball in.
Puts all his shoulder into that one.
Oh, and this is beautiful. This is absolutely beautiful. I'm digging the solids here. I like the solids. If you can see the 3 ball to start off.
Playing the 7.
Yeah, this is a tic-tac-toe run out.
Shoots the 2 next.
Yeah, the 2, the 4, take those out of play. Then your 3-1 up top leads to the 8 ball. This is perfect. Very nice little finesse shot there. Got a lot of movement on the cue ball for such a small touch.
Yeah, that's right. You had to be a bit careful because it's easy to just play it quite nonchalantly and then run the cue ball up in amongst those stripes and get yourself into a whole lot of trouble.
Yeah, that was the one shot.
In fact, he's not fantastic here. He's having to get his leg back on the table and bridge over to play this 1 ball.
But you know, the Filipino players, you see them do that quite a bit. They're very comfortable with awkward bridges. Things that would make me miss, they're perfectly fine with. Big shot on the 8 ball here. There it is. 4-4.
Another break and run. This match is really heating up now. Both players at full speed and in overdrive.
So here's the thing. We're seeing 2-minute games, right? If that were to happen and they were to trade racks again, we're looking at 5-5 with a minute left. And you called it, Tony. If they trade the racks, if they get into a safety battle or they don't trade racks, it could be a little different.
Somebody needs to break. They need to, and it has to be now.
Yeah, they got to break serve.
Yeah.
And Craig's breaking well. Joven's breaking well.
This is the thing. Who's going to blink first, Stephen?
Me. I don't see either one of these guys making too many mistakes. Oh.
Hello.
The curse. The curse is real, Tony.
He's got plenty of choice for a starter. Obviously looking at the solids. One ball I think he probably shoots first. Down into the bottom right. Gets himself into the middle of the table and then he can work from there.
Big opening shot there, and he hit it good.
Well, you take away. I'd want to get rid of the 5 quite early out of those ones that towards the bottom. You obviously want the 2 as your last ball. So you work backwards from there. For me, that's how I would look at it. I'd work backwards to where I want my last ball. So I want rid of that 5.
And as you hear in the background there, it looks like they're getting started with the opening round matches of both the Open and possibly the ladies as well. So opening round matches getting underway, but for us on this TV table today, it is all the Ozone Billiards Iowa Shootout.
Well, this would have been my last ball. He likes a 7 as his last ball.
I don't know if I love this.
I think he might take the 7 now, you know, just because it's easy. If you just stop the white dead with a 7, you just play the 6 and come off the top rail and down for the 8.
Yeah,
that would have been my second to last ball. 7 to get onto the 2 to the 8.
Yeah, I think that plays a little bit better, but I mean, he's going to make this work.
Yeah, it's great.
All right, well, it happened. The serve was broken. If Joven can hold this serve, he wins. If he makes a mistake.
But don't forget, what have we got still in the locker? The golden break and the golden duck.
But let's think about this. If Joven breaks dry and Craig looks at the clock, he knows he's going to take, and he's got an open layout, he's going to take all the time in the world to try and run that rack because he doesn't want to give Joven a chance at the golden break. But this is all, again, it's all in the future because Joven's breaking and we haven't seen him break bad. Not once.
Just the first one.
Well, yeah, just the first one. My apologies there. So,
yeah, he went dry and then Craig missed his finish when running, but
which could have been the. I mean, that's the change in the match right there.
But then Bustamante's also made one error. I think it's kind of where it should be for me.
Yeah. I can't disagree with that.
Well, he's made a ball, and how's this pattern going to be?
Toughest ball on the table is the 4.
I think he just drifts into the 15 here, pointing the 2. He's caught it at just a tad thin, but he's okay because he can play the 7 next anyway. So it was either or for Bustamante, but the balls are there to win this match. And it's been very, very high standard. And if you want to analyse it, you could say, well, it's Waddingham's dry break that's cost him in the last frame.
He doesn't want to get straight on this. This is a very important shot. Oh, he just barely made the gap.
But his touch has been very good, Joven Bustamante. Just a 6 ball now. It's all about getting position. Does he come behind the 14 and out for the 8? He does, and that's perfect.
And Craig Waddingham has got to feel like he had chances in the match that he wasn't able to capitalize on. Joven Bustamante moves on to the final 8 of the Ozone Billiards Iowa Shootout. We will get a word from him in the arena right after this.
Oh, welcome back down to the arena, Joven. That was some match. Both of you played incredibly well.
Yeah, he played really good.
Yeah.
Actually, this is the first time I play with him. His break is really good. So I'm hoping the pip break, he break when the score is 4-all.
Yeah.
I'm hoping he got it right because all this break is he made a ball.
Yeah, I mean, every frame was off the break. It was incredible standard.
Yeah. I'm still struggling on my break. The first 2 break, I think.
Yeah.
And then last 3 break.
Do you? I know, obviously, you'd always would rather have all the chances and make the game nice and easy. But is there something quite nice about being in a match where you're both playing at a really high level, and it just comes down to making sure that you do the business when you get your chances?
Yeah, basically, it's all about the break.
Yeah.
Most of the players, they can run.
Yeah.
Even a lot of
Yeah. And it looks like your break is absolutely on point as well. You broke really well yesterday. It looked like you broke just as well here today.
Yeah. I think I break. It's still the same, I think.
Yeah.
I'm trying on my break. I need to work.
I think there was one yesterday where you marginally mishit it and still made 6 balls.
Yeah.
That's
It
so.
happens, yeah.
If it's all about the break, your break's in a great position to potentially go on and win this title tonight.
Later, I'm gonna play 7 p.m. I'm waiting for Joe Prince.
Yeah, the next match on. Yeah, Joe and Amy.
But, I'm gonna play at 3 p.m. in the Open. Yeah.
Yes, keep the arm going, and we'll see you back out here for the quarterfinal a little bit later on.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
thank you so much.
Best of luck, congratulations.
Yeah,
great to watch you play. And it is going to be the next match we just talked about. Joe Prince and Amy Beauchamp are on the way.
With over 175 years of billiards history, tradition, and expert craftsmanship, Brunswick is a name synonymous with our game, which makes it the perfect partner for Ultimate Pool USA's vision, a fun, fast, and exciting pool for the players all across the United States. Brunswick, Ultimate Pool USA's official table partner.
Ultimate Pool USA Arena is live again with champs Amy Beauchamp and Joe Prince, the winner of our Arizona Open, Stephen Wyatt and Simon Webb on commentary. And we have a nice matchup for you here. Amy Beauchamp making her shootout debut, came away pretty good in last night's preliminary match. Got a chance to take on the seeded Joe Prince. And Joe has been on fire for almost a year now, Simon. He missed the inaugural event in Louisiana, and since then he has made a splash in every single open event.
Yet to do the shootout, though. That's the key, isn't it? He's had, will he have a semi-final, or was it quarter-final last time in Louisville? Yeah, I think it's from obviously known Joe a reasonable amount of time now. It's been I wouldn't say a major surprise, but it's certainly been a surprise to see him step up to the level he stepped up to. No surprise to see him go well, but to be turning up and being kind of almost one of the favourites for the events now, it's a big step forward for him.
Ooh, I love that.
What I've always loved about Joe Prince is just the deep belief in what he's doing, in terms of he doesn't care what other people do or how other people do it. He believes in what he's doing and how he's going about it, and he has so much confidence, and quite right he has that confidence now.
Yeah, not only that, but he the one thing with Joe that got me is he's got a family, and he's playing this game so he can support his family, and that's tough to do. Pool is not a $1 million a year business for a player. You have to win, and you have to win good to be able to support, and he's been doing that. So he's got something to play for.
How good is that? Oh, that is
sickening.
An absolute treat to watch that shot. Could have done with another couple of rolls, but it's absolutely fine.
I would say that Amy got a tough draw, but I don't think there's anything other than a tough draw in this field. This isn't good because now he's jacked up, he's tree-topped, he's going to have some awkward cueing, and he's a little long.
Mounting the table as well. There we go.
We're going to show a little leg from Joe Prince here.
I like the two if he can see it.
I do too. He must not be able to.
Yeah.
Ooh, thought that ball wasn't going to make it for a second.
He might not land good on the 8 here.
Yeah, that's the issue here is now he's got to let his cue ball loose a little bit. He's going to run. I think he's inevitably going to run into the 14. You're going to lose the cue ball if you don't hit this perfect. Oh, my goodness.
Just open the bank, no problem whatsoever.
That's sick. This is why Joe Prince has been as successful as he has, is he's willing to take the risks to reap the rewards. A beautiful out by our Arizona Open champion, looking to become a shootout champion. We'll get our first look at Amy Beauchamp on this break. I think this may be the one downfall, and I say that with some preface. Amy's got a great break, but it's definitely not the level of a Joe Prince, a Joven, Bustamante, a Craig Waddingham. So this may be one of her only downfalls in this match. She pockets with the best of them.
She broke well yesterday, though, I think. She has, in English ball, which is where she comes from, 5 times world champion, she has one of, if not the best break in the women's game. Certainly, I put her in the top 3 currently. I can get on board with anyone that wants to say that she has the best as well. But, yeah, it's such a big factor. We saw that in the previous match. It came down to the breaks. So it's important that she does trade blows with Joe, whose break has been firing for a year now. Well, there you go, solid contact. Not the power, but the contact was great and makes the ball.
All right, and that was what she had to do to be able to be in this match. Is she has to break good and make a ball. We know she can make the balls afterwards. It's the break is the important part.
Now that she's made one, for me, huge visit to settle into the match, to respond to Joe and say that she's here to play as well. Keep seeing the Jaap Iowa Open jerseys all over the venue. It's fantastic. It really is.
Yeah, and you know, guys, if you want one of these jerseys,
missed that by a long way as well.
They are selling the jerseys in the Jam Up Apparel online shop. You don't have to be here to get one if you weren't able to make it or you just want one to keep. Go ahead and go to the Jam Up website and order yours.
Yeah, they are nice.
Joe's making this look pretty simple.
Yeah, just a transition, you'd say. It's not really that tough a transition either.
A little bit of awkward cueing there. Has to slide by the 2-ball, but he made it look easy. I tell you, looking at the bracket, the inevitable matches that we could possibly see in the next 2 rounds are just, it's enough to make me giddy. Because we have so many great players. We have so many great potential matchups. And Joe Prince being one of them could be on a collision course with SVB.
Yeah, a lot of good players in the way, though. Joven Bustamante plays the winner of this match, and he's played as good as anybody so far.
Well, and SVB's got to get past a pretty red-hot Coby Jaap as well.
Yeah. That's gone awkward. That has gone awkward for Joe.
I think he's going to have to move to the 10-ball here. Maybe he can see it.
He wants to. You can tell he really wants to.
Is the risk worth the reward, though?
If it's that tight, I mean, it's no issues to take the 10.
And I think it plays well to bump the 6 and hold your cue ball on that side rail. This is the smart play.
Oh, no. No. Oh, just.
Well, little fortune never hurt anybody. A half roll more, and he's absolutely hooked.
Yeah.
Good run there by Joe to go up 2-0. Amy with a little bit of an uncharacteristic miss in that side pocket. First match jitters of the day, maybe?
First shot in anger really after the break, and it was an edgy one into the side pocket. So
I'll tell you, I think the match I'm most looking forward to is actually coming up next. Nick Evans and Tom Cousins. Nick with a absolute buzzer beater yesterday, and Tom, we haven't got to see him in the shootout yet because he was one of those buy spots. And guys, if you've never seen Tom Cousins play International Rules 8-ball, he's the best. He's the best at it.
He played Shane Van Boening yesterday in a challenge match over on our TikTok channel and just lost out in a hill battle.
I haven't had a chance to watch it yet. I think it's going to end up on our YouTube and Facebook with commentary.
Yeah.
That'll be fun. Talk about inevitable matchups. The possibility of a TC and SVB match. That would actually be in the finals. Long way to go, so we can't really fantasize about that one yet, but the opportunity is there.
Too many good players. I mean, you come in this morning thinking about who could be in the semis, who could be in the final, and you can get carried away, but there are just too many good players. I mean, Joe Prince, prime example, you know, he's lost out to, or he's beaten Tom Cousins, what, 3 or 4 times now in Ultimate Pool USA events, and it shows you, you know, that take nothing for granted. He would have been, in many people's eyes, a big underdog for those matches, and he's, you know, I think Tom got one back on him, but he still holds a very healthy record. So.
And if you're Tom, you know, that feeling of retribution, if you get the opportunity, that's another big one. It's just there's so much out there, guys. We have so much good pool in line for you. I would urge you to make sure your phone is charged, your tablet, make sure your TV internet is good, because you don't want to miss any of the action. As Joe Prince here looks to take this run out. Beautiful little touch shot there to open up the 11. There you see Joe give the ball a thumbs up, but I don't think it was a compliment. Very annoyed with the cue ball there.
He struggled. I know that he's run out the first 2 racks, but he has struggled with the cue ball, just a touch, just overrunning a few shots. Always been good enough to recover, and it looks like he's going to do the same again here. This has come out okay.
And we've seen that with the players who were in that top 16 already. They haven't had a chance to play on the table yet. Joven, Bustamante, and Craig Waddingham, I think, was a good example. Joven had a match last night. Craig, of course, hasn't touched the table. And I think that might attribute a little bit to Craig's inability to play as comfortably as he wanted to. And we might be seeing the same thing with some of Joe's shots, but he's played very, very well on the recovery side of things. And he's going to go up 3-0 here against Champs. And she hasn't really had much of a chance at the table. A tough opening shot that she missed.
Yeah, and that's it. That's the bracket that we've been talking about. That's where we are, state of play at the moment. We're just about to complete the quarterfinal lineup on the left-hand side of the bracket. And then we will go through all the last 16s on the right-hand side. Tom Cousins will play in our next match. And what are you spotting there, Stephen?
We're seeing a possibility. No, not a possibility. It's going to happen. It's a rematch of the Arizona Shootout. Eric Charlton and Sam Henderson in that last 16. Kieron Hall and Justin Bergman. That's another big one. But I think I might be most excited about the future of the game and the legend of the game. It's Johnny Archer and Savannah Easton, and it's going to be fun to watch.
I think every single match on the right-hand side of the draw has some storylines to it for me. It really does. It should be exciting to see how it plays out. That will all follow. So we've got the whole right-hand side of the draw as we see champs come up dry to play through for the rest of the afternoon. We're back at 6 p.m. local time, central time, for the quarterfinals onwards. The thing I love about this event more than anything is you get to see every single shot from every single match.
Yeah, there's nothing like the shootout because it's, at least on day 2, it's 15 matches, 1 table, 1 champion, and we get to see them all. No having to guess what the storyline was or what the match looked like, because you get to see every single one from start to finish, full of action, drama. The one thing we haven't seen yet is a 6-ball shootout. I think we're going to get one before the day's over.
I actually thought we were going to get one in the last match, but Joven got the last 2 chances and run them out, so it didn't happen. Doesn't feel like we're heading towards one here, because Joe's getting the chances and he's playing well here. Amy's played 1 shot in open play so far, and she's staring 4-0 down. I think he made a mistake taking that last one off the table. I think you had to leave that as your connection for the 8-ball.
Yeah, I agree. It's just going to make things a little bit more difficult. I think the 8 does go in the side, but you're having to play perfect on this shot, the next, and the shape.
It is tight in the side. He's played for it, so not that tight.
Yeah, maybe just a touch of finesse there.
It actually went in a lot easier than I thought, so no issues with the pattern there. Cleaning up the top end, coming down with the 8 going in the side so easily. And it is 4-0.
Joe Prince looking very strong. He had, like you said before, he's done very well in the open events, but his shootout wins have not been vast. And I think he's here to change that for this event. He's looked extremely, extremely well on this table so far.
A lot of people talk about how the shootouts, we get a lot of interest, people asking to be a part of it. How do you get involved? How do you qualify? How do you... players are picked for a variety of reasons. It's an invitational event at the end of the day. And Joe Prince wasn't originally ever invited. He was told after the first event, when he went really well in the Open, go and win an Open. He turned up and made another final, and then made another final, and we felt that he fully deserved it. And then once he got added to the shootout, he then won an Open as well. So Joe Prince has kind of earned his way into this field and fully deserves to be where he is. And nobody has done better in the Opens over the last 4 tournaments than Joe Prince. 4 straight finals is incredible.
If there's an MVP for the 2024 season, it's definitely Joe Prince. It is. I love this style though, because like you said, it is invitational. There's 16 chairs and there's 100 people fighting for them.
Yeah.
If you want to get in the shootout, the best way to do it is to come out to the Open and win, show off, impress, win the event, make a couple quarterfinals.
And it's not just down to ability. People get selected for a variety of reasons. We've had some up and coming juniors. I think we have a 12-year-old in Louisville who's going to be a star of the future. Great exposure there. We've had some of the women's champions, some of the junior champions. We've had some of the big names of the current time, some of the big names of the past. It's fantastic to see.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you're a junior player, if you're a lady, come out, win the ladies open, win the juniors open. You will have a definite piece of the conversation of being involved in the shootout. It's not a guarantee, but
and that's
it's definitely there.
And that's how Amy's earned her invite, is that she made the final of the women's open in Arizona.
Savannah as well, double, juniors and the women's.
And we've seen Sophia, have a really good run, and she's played in the shootout before. Yeah. She chose not to play. She was extended an invite for this event. She chose not to play in it, which is fine. She's already playing in 4 other events, so it's absolutely, understandable.
Yeah. Another very successful junior, Caden Herbach.
Yeah, he's played, yeah.
So, I mean, there's your answer for everybody who's asked on social media, how do I play? How do I get an invite? There it is, coming from the man himself. Come out, play, do well, impress, show up, and
and it's not just about how you go on the table; it's off the table stuff as well. So,
have a good attitude.
Big error, big error from Joe. Got that one all wrong. So it looked like it was just going to be a nightmare scenario for Amy Beauchamp, having only had 1 shot in open play. But she's been given a little door opening here.
And there you see Joe. He's just kind of shaking it off because he doesn't really understand what he did wrong there. I think he felt like he hit it good, and it was off by quite a bit. Amy's got to compose herself.
Just slightly overrolled that one if the plan was to take the 2 in the corner. May have always been playing for the side. But it's going to have to come down the table now.
And like you said, Amy, predominantly a UK ultimate pool player, but she's started to make the trip over here. I think she's even got a 7-footer in her.
I think she's getting one. I don't know if it's there yet, but she's got one on the way. If it's not already, I think she might still be practicing on the 9-footer. But yeah, I think for Amy, she's achieved everything there is to achieve in the women's game in the UK, in English pool. And I think this is a fresh challenge for her and something that she's really embracing. And she said that she's really excited to be practicing and put the time in, which she hasn't enjoyed practicing at English pool for a long time. So it's a fresh challenge for her, as is this shot. That was a pretty poor one from Amy. Actually, the two previous shots back to back have kind of led her down this dark path.
Yeah, this is a prime example of where she could play safe if she wanted to. I was scared of the bump on the 8-ball, but she came out gold.
Amy doesn't want to play safe, I can tell you that, from spending time with her.
For me, it's kind of one of those things when you see Joe playing so good, I feel like you got to try and find a way to slow him down. But then there's always that risk that he could just kick the ball in and completely foil your plan.
Well, I've seen so many matches, and you speak to a lot of players afterwards, and so let's say Amy doesn't concentrate here and make this great shot to run out, and then breaks dry in the next, and Joe ends up winning the match 6-0. And I've seen players then walk away and go, well, what can I do? Joe played great, I didn't get a chance. The only way you stop someone from playing really well is to take an opportunity when it comes your way, and it can turn things around completely. And the start of the comeback is by winning the first one.
Yeah. And it's her break now. That was a mistake on Joe's break.
Yeah.
So perfect opportunity here for Amy to make it 4-2, put a little pressure on Joe, and then you got to have a little bit of faith that Joe's going to make a mistake on his break, and then all of a sudden we're turned around. We have an opportunity for a 4-4 if all that were to happen. All hypothetical. It's going to come down to this break here.
Well, Amy has the chance.
Oh, man.
This is good. This is fine.
The solids look really nice.
Anything I could see going wrong here, obviously you're going to play the 1 as your starter. If you flick off the stripes, you could land a little bit funny here and not have a clean pot on.
She's going to want to hit this nice and easy to leave herself for the 4-ball. She hit it with more pace than I thought she would.
Yeah,
but she's come out okay.
She'll be really pleased with how that came out. I was slightly worried she might be catching the thinner contact there and coming down the table with a cue ball, and the 10 would be blocking her up the table, and none of the balls down the table would go comfortably. But she's done well.
I think our cameras are definitely playing tricks on us today. Some of the angles are looking a lot tougher than they really are. The open event is underway. Here, Tournament Director Jeremy Hunley calling out matches. We are well into Ultimate Pool USA weekend here at the Iowa Open. Lots of players in the building. The venue is amazing, Simon. This is, I think it's one of my favorites of all time.
I've never seen anything like it. It's incredible. We've been talking about it all weekend long, but it really is absolutely incredible. I know the owners are really proud of what they set up here, and they've been big supporters of what we're doing, and it's been great to work with them. And yeah, this is very, very, very impressive.
I did a little interview with Pat, and he was just so excited at the thought of what it was going to look like and how it was going to feel. And he said, I hope people come up and I hope they show up to watch. And I asked him a little while ago, I said, well, how do you like it? And he said, this is more than I could have dreamed of, because the crowd here has been really good, electric.
We'll talk more about the venue in a second. This could go wrong here for Champs. Got to be careful with this shot. She was a little bit annoyed to land straight. She wanted to be able to drift down the table for the 5 and not be playing it from the high angle.
I think she just needs to finesse this ball in, pocket speed, and it should give her a shot on the 8-ball in the side pocket. She hit it with a little bit more pace. I think she's still got it in the corner.
I was the same as you. I thought she could just play that, either one way or another. Let it float in off the bottom rail, and then depending on the because we can't tell the exact natural. A little bit of inside or outside just to make sure. But an excellent 8-ball.
Yeah, that's a very strong 8-ball for Champs, and this is the beginning. 4-2 here, and it's going to be Joe's break. She just needs a mistake, and Joe's going to be begging for a ball to go in.
Yeah. So a little peek behind the curtain. We're talking about the venue here, Stephen, and what we do with Ultimate Pool USA. Obviously the Ultimate Pool Leagues is a big part of what we do, and we want to travel around and we want to go to areas that have leagues running to support those areas. So the general rule, in terms of deciding where and where to go is, we have our league operators, and then we try and work with them to find venues in their areas. Now, that's been fantastic so far, but we love this venue so much. We had this venue before we had league operators. And that shows you how good this venue is. Now we have our league operators in place, and the league should be starting here in Des Moines in about 3 weeks' time. If you are in the Des Moines area and you want to play, then obviously reach out to our league operators. Go to Ultimate Pool League Des Moines, and you'll find their group. But yeah, I mean, it just shows you how good this venue is.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. And
here we go. Match on. Match fully on.
Is there an easy out?
I wouldn't.
2-5 is not great.
I think it's fine. You take stripes here. You can get to the botting angle.
You think you can squeeze in for the 15? And,
yeah, I think
and
you
not have to do too much.
I think so. I think you're okay. I like stripes.
Well, you like taking the 14 first?
I like playing on it. I like playing on the 15 straight away. However you want to play on the 15, a few options there. I might be. Yeah.
14 only has one pocket right now.
Yeah.
Oh, she's bumped it out, and she's given herself an opportunity. Now she's got to come with a good shot on the 11 ball.
That didn't work out as well as she would have liked.
With the 8-ball shot she just made, this is a very similar shot. She's just got to roll down to the bottom rail after contact, come back up. It's a pretty big gap, so not too much to worry about. Just make the ball.
She'll be disappointed with that shot, but with ball in hand, she will expect her to do better with her.
Reminiscent of her very first shot in this match, just hits the point. And
the only good news for Champs is that this is not an easy run out for Joe at all.
Yeah, the thing with Joe is I think he's been the best at creating opportunities for balls that don't have one. His breakout ability has been very good. He overrolled this one by a full ball.
Yeah, I think he was trying to get straight in on the 5 in the corner and get underneath the 2 problem balls. I think that would have worked out well for him, but change of route.
Oh, did he play that off the ball?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, because he wants to try and get back to that straight in angle to be able to get underneath.
So risky.
Yeah.
But again, like I said, he's willing to take the risk.
Yeah, the problem, it feels to me like he's going to end up breaking out the 2 and having to play on it in the same shot, which is not ideal.
Yeah, well, he's got a small hole right here. It's about 2 foot. But if he keeps making shots like this and mistakes with his shape, he's going to be digging deeper. And now he's only got 15 seconds a shot to deal with that.
Okay, so he's going to use the side rail here.
Oh, I don't like
play it off the 9. Don't know if he's got the angle open up the 2 at the same time.
No,
he didn't.
Never
had too straight on the shot.
So now he's going to have to play the 7, float across the table, and bank the 2 ball.
Big shot in the context of the match as we tick into the final 10 and 15 seconds a shot.
And this is the most important shot of the match for Joe, because if he misses this, he's opening it up for Amy to tie it up. This is it.
Nowhere near.
And he's hit real wide.
Yeah, nowhere
and he's
near.
left a shot.
Well, what an opportunity this for Amy Beauchamp now to go 4-3 and have the break. Slightly awkward first shot. once the first one's out the way, could easily be plain sailing. Oh no, it's not too bad actually. Oh no.
Yeah, I don't know if I like that as my opener.
I think I wasn't worried about that as the opener. It just I was worried it was going to be hampered queuing, but it wasn't. And it's a poor miss from Amy. Has all the momentum going her way. That could really just cost her this match.
She'll be very disappointed. Uh, 50-yard line. Cue ball is going to be moving. Don't think there's any fear of a scratch. You just don't want to kiss off of anything.
Well, gets away with one, does Joe Prince, but he is on the hill, 5-2, and that could be the story of this match. Right there for Amy.
Yeah, the look on her face says it all. Very annoyed that she wasn't able to make that ball. And the good news for her is that the match isn't over yet. She still has time. She just needs an opportunity. It is her break.
The 4-3 and the break.
Oh, huge.
With 7:51, winning 3 straight. I don't know, it was all starting to heat up for Joe Prince, wasn't it? It was all starting to build up and mount up, and that's just been a complete, release.
Yeah.
Completely let off the hook. And, Joe will be thinking, half an eye on the clock, half an eye on take your next opportunity. He can do it how the balls come out now, but he has complete control now.
Yeah, it's definitely taken the weight off of his shoulders on that miss. He feels like he's in pure control. Even with Amy having the break, he shouldn't be too worried. It's tough situations because you feel like she worked so hard to get there and it all got taken away.
Yeah, unfortunately for her own doing, she missed a regulation ball.
And she makes a ball here, but this is not the most straightforward of runs. There's a big mess in the center, and she's going to have to move some stuff now.
Oh, can you believe hitting that gap?
No.
How would you hit that gap?
Well, when it rains, it pours. Amy having an annoyed laugh at the circumstances because she knows that she had opportunity there with the ball down on the break and just not going her way. And both of these players have plenty of experience with the shot clock, so Joe's going to know what his what he has to do here. He's not worried about the clock at all. He's on the hill, just win the game and be done with it.
Yeah, no need to worry about anything other than the run out. It's not a certainty still.
He's got one shot that he has to play well, and I think it's going to be a combo.
I think he's going to play a little developing shot. And he gets it wrong.
This ball goes clean.
Yeah.
Or maybe clean.
Maybe that's what he played then. That's an excellent shot. I'm working on the assumption it didn't. But he looked so happy with it. It was absolutely as played and been a good performance.
Yeah, Joe Prince absolutely playing this the way he should have. He takes down Amy Beauchamp and he moves on into the final 8 of the Ozone Billiards Iowa Shootout. We'll get a word with him in the arena with Simon when we come back.
Oh, welcome back down to the arena. Let's get a few words with Joe Prince, our latest winner. And Joe, congratulations. Looked like you were going to go out and do it nice and comfy, and then a little blip in the middle, but you've finished off strong.
Yeah, I started off really well. When I'm clearing up to go 5-0 up, I thought I was going to run out the perfect match, really. Got a little bit of a skid on that last ball, but I played a bad shot before it to leave myself at unnecessary angle. Yeah. And then it all just started, like little things just started going wrong here and there. Yeah. And she started coming back, and then I got lucky, really.
It felt like, just from a neutral perspective, that the miss on the 9 from Amy kind of just let all the pressure off you completely, and then you were able to back doing what you're doing at the start.
Yeah, because especially if she pots that, and it goes 4-3 with her break, she breaks and runs, it's 4-all, and I've gone from being comfortable flying about to sail through the match to I could be out in a matter of 10 minutes. Even
when you're playing, you're playing well, and you kind of only, it's not, you had a skid on there, but that kind of can change everything. You're starting to feel the pressure. Because this format kind of puts you under it, because you've got 30 minutes to kind of get it done, and all of a sudden you are under pressure.
Yeah, of course. And then I'm starting to I get another chance, and suddenly it's 15-second shot clock as well. Yeah. So it was like I started getting another breather to get a chance, and then suddenly I've got to speed up, and I've got to work out patterns even quicker. Yeah. I've got less time, and it gets a little bit more tricky there, and that's where the mistakes happen.
How did you find the Brunswick? Obviously, being a seeded player, you didn't get to play on it yesterday. First time on it today, you got to grips with it pretty quick.
Yeah, well, it helps that I have a bar box at my club now to practice on. Yeah. It's got a similar cloth on it, although mine's a bit more worn now. Yeah. So the slipperiness it's going to take getting used to. But being able to have your own table to practice on gives me such a big advantage, I think, compared to my other English counterparts that are over here, but don't get a chance to play anywhere near as much as I do. Yeah. And I think that does make quite a big difference.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And obviously, you've got to put the time in to be able to play the level that you play at. So it makes perfect sense.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, well, congratulations. We're going to see you a little bit later on in the quarterfinals in the evening session, but congratulations on the performance there.
Thank you very much.
And that is the top half of the draw sorted. Time to move on to the bottom half of the draw. Tom Cousins and Nick Evans after the break.
With over 175 years of billiards history, tradition, and expert craftsmanship, Brunswick is a name synonymous with our game, which makes it the perfect partner for Ultimate Pool USA's vision, a fun, fast, and exciting pool for the players all across the United States. Brunswick, Ultimate Pool USA's official table partner.
Welcome back to Des Moines, Iowa, the Rack Billiard Club. It's the Ozone Billiards Iowa Shootout. That is Tom Cousins from Wales breaking off, and he's up against Nick Evans in this race to 6. 30 minutes on the match clock. Nick Evans in fine form last night. Played incredibly well, beating Picard. Cousins, this is his first match. I'm Tony Holgate, and joining me in the commentary box is my old buddy, Simon Webb.
Hi, Tony. Fellas, it's the first time we commentated together this weekend.
No, yesterday we did one.
Oh, very memorable.
Familiar positions with you and I and Tom Cousins. Very memorable, yeah.
Nick had the, I think, moment of the day yesterday. The buzzer beater was special, wasn't it?
Was it 3 seconds left?
Something like that. It was incredible.
I was peering over from the sidelines. I was on my break at the time, and it's an incredible match. Well, he's made a little bit of an error with that one ball, and it will be the Welshman, Top Cat, who now strides to the table. Prolific tournament winner in the UK. He is our ultimate pool number 1. Has been out here before in the US. What a shot there, banking the 14. And that has opened everything up.
Yeah, clever play from Tom Cousins, although it's gone a little funny at the bottom left, but it's not too bad. He's got enough ammunition down there to solve the problem that he has.
Yeah, he's got a nice angle here on the 9 ball. Kicks into the 8 and the 12. Frees both balls up. Just got to be careful where the 8 ball goes, because if he doesn't hit it hard enough, he could just push the 8 ball right behind that 4 on the bottom rail. Being aware of that, he's played it very, very gently indeed. Personally, I would like them a bit further apart. This, of course, is the start of the bottom half of the draw of the shootout. Completed the top half after Joe Prince beat Amy Beauchamp just a few minutes ago. Nice little shot there from Tom Cousins.
Yeah, the problem he had, that did go direct, but if he makes it direct, he's going away from his work. So just holding nicely. It's looks like early signs are promising here for Tom. Just a touch and feel around the table, some creative shots, but also looks like he's kind of got the feel for it pretty quick, which has always been the kind of storyline in terms of this table, just playing different to the other tables in the venue.
Yeah, he's been out practicing a couple of times with Craig Waddingham. Obviously, we all came over together, and they were playing on the first night we got here. I left them practicing on the table and went off. I came back and I was watching. I thought their bridge hands look really bad for them, and then I found out, and they were running racks, by the way, that they were playing with the opposite hands for a bit of fun and running racks, which was quite incredible.
Yeah, I didn't know that they could both do that sort of level, but
no, nor me. But they were practicing for, like I say, for a couple of days on those outer tables, and they are nowhere near the pace of this arena table. So you think it's going to catch some? Well, it's caught a couple of players out. It doesn't seem to have caught Tom off guard in that early exchange. That's a huge break there from Nick Evans. Wow. Yeah. Look at the split.
Popped that nice, didn't he?
Really did. I mean, my favourite breaker, I think, so far that I've seen was actually yesterday, but he's played today was Joven Bustamante. I love his break. It's a crunching beast of a break.
Yeah, and it's got style to it that I love as well. Really kind of winds up for it, and yeah, it's a treat to watch, but also it's very, very effective.
Well, ultimately, when he beat Craig Waddingham, it was the dry break from Craig that cost him, because Bustamante ran that rack from the dry break and then broke and ran the next to win the match. Nick Evans, he wants to break and run right here, right now, and level this match against Cousins. That's pretty good there. Great shape now for Nick Evans. I think I would have liked a little bit more angle there, Simon. Just to
float up on a nice line then, yeah. Rather than having to punch it out and run the risk of getting a little awkward. But still loads of room, it's just that small wall in the way. Plays for it in the side instead, for that very reason.
Very well navigated there by Nick Evans. And that's for one each.
Good start from both. Less work involved in Nick Evans' layout, but that was due to the quality of the break. Both players will feel a lot happier and have settled into the match. Race to 6, 30 minutes, which is kind of very similar to our league pool. Those of you around the country that have been playing or looking to get involved. Our league format, 30-minute matches, handicapped. The better player will start with a negative number, and it's up to the better player to chase down the lower ranked player and see if you can get yourself in front, and you've got 30 minutes to do it. There is no race 2, it's a 30-minute match played under 30-second shot clock. It's a really exciting format. I played quite a bit of it this myself though over the last 7 or 8 days, and it's great fun.
Crunching break there from Cousins.
Took a while for the cue ball to stop turning.
Yeah. Stripes stick out like a sore thumb. There's the premium suit to take. He'd just love to be dead straight on his 13. He could just pop that in and get rid of the 10, and then the other 3 are quite easy. It's just that 13 to 10. It's just an awkward little spot, so he's having to come downstairs now and play the 11.
A little bit short here. He wants to be straight in. Absolutely. But I can see why he's come down. I mean, it kind of works well for the pattern. Get rid of these 2 and get land straight in, and then you're away. But not too bad. Was able just to hold it.
Yeah, just get rid of this 13 now, and then it'll be the 10. Just a little cut into that same corner pocket. Leaves himself the last ball, which will be the 12, into the side pocket, which gains very nice position for the 8. Well, sparkling stuff from these 2.
Yeah, 3 straight break runs to start us off here. Very nice from Tom. Much better layout than his first, and made pretty light work of it. In these sort of situations, in these matches, Tony, you want to be the guy that putting the break and run in first, don't you? Kind of put the pressure onto your opponent that way around.
Yeah, absolutely. Always be the one just with the nose in front. Hopefully wait for your opponent to blink, have a dry break, and then you can pounce on it. Having said that, there is the flip side to that coin.
Yeah.
If you sort of breaking and scratching early doors, and
yeah, I suppose, yeah, because if Nick responds here, then the pressure swings back round. Even though it's 2-2, it's Tom that's under pressure, because if he then breaks dry, you feel like it's, all of a sudden he could be 4-2.
I'll tell you what, that cue ball was flirting with that top right corner. Good job, several balls came up there and kept it away, but Nick Evans has made balls.
Are you looking here, combo to start with, or do you take the awkward stripe in the side?
No, I prefer the combo. I think it's an easier shot. I think the stripe in the side, it's one of those you can hit them knuckles of those middles.
Yeah, I think you can get yourself a little bit awkward on the 4, though. I think you could be in trouble later on. I think I would rather have been stripes just for that reason. But 10's no problem getting to it to go bottom left rather than, obviously it's blocked off. But
do you try? I'd be very tempted to take that 4 now. Really would, if you can get to it. Just sort of drag it in with some right hand English and just come round for the 1 and the 6. I think this is the.
He's straight enough.
Yeah, he can get straight into the bottom.
My worry was that he was going to end up with too much angle coming down the table and then have a problem, but he's straight enough that he shouldn't have an issue getting down the table and being on the 4.
Yeah, he just wants to leave a nice angle so he can play the 8 ball into probably the same pocket as his 6 has gone. If the 8 goes in the centre, we'll past the 15 to the side pocket. Yeah, that would be an easy option. I think it does. So this will be very slow rolled in. And that's just about perfect. Maybe a little overrun, but this shouldn't cause Nick any problems.
He looks a little bit edgy on it because it's hampered and where the hand is, but fairly routine 8 ball, and in it goes.
Yeah, I don't mind that. He's just making extra sure. It's a blind shot, and we saw earlier today Coby Jaap had a very simple 8 ball that he'd probably knock in 99 out of 100, and just took his eye off one, and that was into a side pocket. He caught the jaw, came out. He did go on still to beat Dave Matlock, but that could have been, if he'd have looked on that and lost that match, that would have been the one you'd look at and you'd be devastated. So just taking that extra bit of time to make sure. But this has been faultless from both players.
Just about 2.5 minutes a rack. 4 straight break and runs. Who will blink first?
Well, the main issue for Tom Cousins coming over here for this shootout tournament was he didn't have a cue. He obviously has his UK 8-ball cue, but that's, you would never play with that over here.
I'm not sure you could.
Well, you wouldn't. You'd have nothing left of it.
Yeah.
With the weight of the balls that we play here, and after various trials and tests, he's got that cue there, which looks like a bit of a hybrid.
I think he came over with a selection to try and work out. Ooh, nearly.
Well, when he went to his previous US tournament, his debut, I'm sure he said to me that he used Chris Melling's break cue.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was borrowing some cues off Chris. Chris isn't here this weekend.
He's obviously feeling at home with what's in his hand at the moment. And it's like break and run central out here.
Five for 5.
Yep. A procession of break and runs. So when you ask the question, who's going to blink first? Well, it's not Tom Cousins.
Yet. Yeah, it's Nick's turn.
Well, on Nick's break, everything seems to fire very quickly up the table. We've seen different types of breaks. We've talked about Bustamante, and there's a massive explosion and it all sort of goes sideways and then back into the middle of the table. Whereas Nick's is a little bit different, and that cue ball has been flirting with that top right corner for both his breaks.
Well, keep an eye on the cue ball then. Joven's is such an entertaining break. The cue ball comes back right up the table and then goes forward again. It's so good to watch.
Yeah, that's been worked on.
Yes.
A heck of a lot.
For a lifetime.
Yes. So Nick Evans up towards it's on its way. It's stopped.
Oh, we might have our first one. Our first dry break here.
It's dry.
I do like Nick's break. I love the pop he gets, and it feels hard done by to me that he's dry here.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a big explosive break. And the balls have been a little cruel to Nick on this occasion. So the first opportunity to break serve, if you will, has fallen to Tom Cousins.
Not an easy one, though. There's a lot going on in this first shot. It's not just making the combination, but he's going to have to do some development work as well. Excellent.
Yep, tax it early, as you should.
Yeah, not come out perfectly, though.
No, the 10's gone a bit sticky down there behind the 12.
Yeah.
And if you look at 15 and 13 near the side pocket.
Yeah, if you play the 15 off the 2, you might open up the side for the 13.
Yeah, absolutely.
But he'd probably play that now, wouldn't he?
I was going to say, I'm looking at the other stripes and there isn't any other one to
There's nothing else you can do, but you could play it direct. But he does play it off the 2, which makes the 8 a little funny.
Tell you what, he's perfect on the 12, though, now to get rid of 12 and 10.
Yeah. Called for an extension and it wasn't there, so it's just checking with our referee to make sure. He can't remember whether he's got one or not. Clarification. I'm interested to see what he does here, because it's all about the 8 ball for me.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he probably shoots the 9 into the top corner, runs the cue ball through, go past the 5 and the 1 ball and just sit with the angle on the 11.
So he's leaving the 13 alone to...
Not sure about that.
Be his connection to the 8 ball.
Yeah, he didn't want to be this thin on the 11 either. That's why I thought he might push through to guarantee having a thicker chunk of the 11 to hit. I'd love to get where his hand is now.
Used it all, used it well, and lands perfect.
Wow.
Yeah.
So still got to, I mean, do you play this really softly and leave the 8 into the corner, or do you actually play it just a little bit firmer and then kick into the 8?
I think he might have to kick into it simply because of he might not be able to hold it. Yeah. I think he'd love to have been able to hold, so he doesn't have to make that little bump, but he plays it well. And simple 8 ball then for the first run off the opponent's break. Nick Evans breaks dry, punished by Tom Cousins. 4 visits to the table, 4 racks on the board.
Yeah, superb cue ball control there from Tom Cousins, really was. I mean, he's got such a lovely touch when we watch him play over in the UK, but he's also brought that to the US as well. That was immaculate.
Yeah, there was a lot going on in that finish. It wasn't an easy one. Not moving on the first shot, and then had to really work a good pattern and good touch.
Nick Evans will feel a little bit aggrieved. You know, he's done absolutely nothing wrong. He's had 1 dry break and he's 2 adrift, and Cousins is now up to the table, and if he breaks and runs, he's on the hill.
And he hit the break that he was dry well. That's the kicker.
It was
a good break.
It wasn't a poor break at all. So Cousins to break off rack 7.
And it's a good one.
Oh, he's nailed it. Well, we haven't seen a golden 8 today. Saw a couple yesterday. Dennis Hatch had one. Tammy Klutman had one.
If it takes solids here, you've got to play a good shot up for the 1 to then get on the 8. I can see an argument for stripes, but I suspect they'll still go solids.
I like solids. I think just of their positioning, I think just with the 1 very close to the 8, I don't like that little 3 stripes in the middle. Well, he's going stripes.
Yeah, I like this. I really do like this. Yeah, he's gonna get rid of 2 up there and leave 1 as his connection to the 8 ball, I suspect. I'm not sure which one he'll leave. He's got a choice. He can go a couple of different ways, but
well, for me, I want rid of that 10 ball early doors.
can take it now if he wants to.
I'd be tempted now, yeah. Obviously 15's got to be your last ball, and he's going to play the 15 now.
Yeah, it doesn't have to. It doesn't have to.
No,
be. The nine work. To be honest, they all work relatively well. The reason I didn't like the solids is that you've got to play up for the 1. Essentially, last ball would be your 1, but if you end up with too low an angle on it, then holding for the 8 is going to be a problem. So the reason I didn't like the solids.
Yeah, and he took the 15 because it was very easy to get on that 10, which was the one awkward one if you leave that too long.
Yeah.
So now he's in great shape.
Yeah, I mean, he's absolutely ball in hand perfect here. Essentially doesn't have to do anything.
No.
Drop in, he's probably a ball away from ball in hand perfect, but drop in and then it's a couple of regulation shots.
We had 13 down the line. Stop the white, well, just maybe run through a couple of inches. Just a natural roll up with a 12 into the side pocket. Come up for the 8 ball. Cousins has been faultless. Nick Evans, 1 dry break. He's going to find himself 3 racks adrift. That's how punishing this is.
That's very nice. I think that's my favourite run out so far from Tom in the match, and there was not as much going on in that one as that was in previous run outs, but I liked it because I think a lot of players would have gone a different way there and potentially gotten themselves into trouble if they didn't execute a shot towards the back end, whereas Tom kind of saw it that he had more balls to work with, he had more ways of working it out to make the final couple of shots absolutely unmissable, and he just took out a flawless pattern. Very, very nice to see.
Well, the last time we saw Nick Evans at the table, it was only 3-2.
You have to believe, though, don't you? Made a ball here. He's got to find his run out now. Might have a tricky first ball. But if he can deal with his first shot, then the stripes look pretty good. I think it's just hampered queuing, and you'd love to drop it in absolutely dead weight as well. He's looking for any other option. I think he's known from the minute he saw the layout of the shot he's going to have to play.
Yeah.
You're just trying to work out, is there a better one? Yeah. Couldn't really hold it dead weight. That would have been better for him if he could.
I think you'd just be glad to see the back of that ball now in that shot.
Yeah. But if you could have got rid of, I mean, he will play the 15, I think, because it's just a lot thinner than he would have liked. But just for the control of the cue ball, shouldn't have an issue with the pot. And doesn't, but he's got himself into a problem with the cue ball.
Has he got enough room between the 7 and the 13 and the 2 is to get to the 10? I don't think he has.
He hasn't looked at it. It looks close to us, but he hasn't even glanced at it. And his 15 seconds of shot is coming in at this moment as well. Oh, I didn't think he could see that. And that's poor. That's bad news. The 1 comes to block the 9.
Yep. Still going. Yeah. Still has a chance, but that 9 is really bad.
Probably going to have to bank it, isn't he?
Yeah, and only one place to bank it, I think.
Yeah.
It's not going to go back into either side pocket. It's got to be in the top left.
I don't think he can get there, but I don't think it passes the 8 coming down the table.
He needs to get it sort of right into the middle of the table now with the cue ball. Needs to be dead centre. Well, he has a shot. Certainly not an easy shot, but it's a bank into the top left-hand pocket.
First error of any sort in this match. It is tough, isn't it? The margins are so fine. A dry break and a miss bank. A miss bank perhaps maybe because he couldn't quite get the cue ball where he needed to earlier on in the visit, but albeit, you know, that's the margin of victory, and losing 6-2 here, that is tough.
Yeah, and all stemmed from the start of the rack when he had that awkward shot with the 14 that he wanted to play a lot slower and couldn't, and he was always just a few inches out of position, and that's cost him. And you look at it and you think, you know, if you're Nick Evans and you think, well, you're probably going to lose 6 racks to 2 here, what really has he done wrong?
Yeah.
Cousins hasn't missed a thing at all and not had a dry break, a scratch or nothing. So it's just been a complete perfect match for Cousins. I need to be careful because last time I gave Shane Van Boening a frame earlier and he scratched.
Yeah, let's not give it to him until he's got it. But I've always been a big one for that on commentary. The guys make it look easy, but let's not give it to them before they've got it. But it would be a major error to see him not get out and win the match here.
Well, 1 ball, 1 solid to knock in. Draws down the table. And a simple 8 ball into the side pocket for Cousins, and a flawless performance from the Welshman. He's beaten Nick Evans by 6 racks to 2. Nick can feel a little aggrieved. I mean, he hasn't really done anything wrong. He's had 1 dry break, 1 little slight out of position on the last rack, and Cousins has fired home, and he will advance. Anyway, don't go too far away. When we come back, Simon Webb will be chatting to Tom Cousins.
Well, welcome back down to the arena. Time to get a few words with Tom Cousins, our latest winner. Tom, congratulations. You hit the ground running there. That was, well, some match. The standard from both of you was incredible. Just one mistake from Nick in the whole match, and you had the touch from ball one.
Yeah, very happy with it, with the way I played there, because obviously this table plays a lot differently to every other table in here, and managed to control the white okay and played well.
Your main focus is playing English ball, but when you come over for these American trips, is it a case of trying to make sure that you can get that touch and feel nice and early so that then you're just playing the game?
Yeah, I mean, as you know, Sam, I haven't got a cue, so I borrow a cue every time I come, so that takes a while to get used to as well, and never played much of it, so it's all a bit of a guessing game sometimes, but I mean, sometimes I play well. And
there must be a few cue manufacturers watching you play like that, thinking, well, maybe it's time to give Tom Cousins a call and see if someone can sort you out.
Well, yeah, I mean, I could do with having my own cue every time I use, but I've got a decent cue at the minute, so I'll just stick to that for what I know.
Put you into the quarterfinals and looking good for another good run here.
Yeah, obviously last time I was here, Louisville, I won the shootout, so yeah, just try and get a deep run in one or two of the events, and I'll be happy, to be fair, Simon.
Got to ask you about the venue here. You like me, you travel around playing at a lot of different places. This is some venue, isn't it?
This is the best venue I've ever seen in my life. Yeah, it's fantastic, to be fair, and I'd love to come back one day and play in it again. It's brilliant.
Well, the good news is we're going to get to see you come back a little bit later on, where I think the atmosphere is going to build even more as we get to the quarterfinals and perhaps beyond. So we're looking forward to seeing you later on, and congratulations on that victory.
Cheers, Simon.
And it is time to find out who Tom will play. Let's move on. Next match on the way.
Break tip is completely different from everything that is on the market. Combines the qualities of like a playing tip with a super powerful tip. It's like a tip on the steroids. You can open with less power and still have spin and split the pack perfectly, but you can go for the power breaking and you still have control. You just need to know how to do it. A lot of players that they told me that because they use so less power on breaking, they can focus on accuracy, and the rack always splits the way they want. And because they are not using the power, they keep that accuracy and its reliability. I believe that when you're going to buy something, you need to believe on it and buy it perfectly. And on my side, what I believe is, if I'm going to offer you something, it needs to be better than I was expecting before buying itself. The increases, it's fantastic, it's super good. And they are consistent, they still have power or more power than the normal tips, and they last. And that's what I want. It really feeds me on. When people say thanks and they like the product and they are happy, I feel joy to myself. It's not really just proud, it's just joy. I feel happy.
And we are back with another monster match here in the Ultimate Pool USA Arena for the Ozone Billiards Iowa Shootout. My name is Stephen Wyatt, and I have a very special guest with us. It is the legendary Mr. Dennis Hatch. How are you, sir?
I'm good. Thanks for having me.
Awesome. You've got a little experience with at least one of these players. You and Johnny Archer had plenty of battles back a couple years ago.
Yeah, Johnny and I I haven't been playing much lately, but him and I were on the road for years as kids together. That's how we started out. But, yeah, I've known Johnny for probably, 40 years.
And I'm sure you've followed Savannah a little bit.
I have.
She's a monster at a very young age. So this is an interesting match. I'm not sure if 8-ball is Johnny's preferred game. I think Savannah loves the style of 8-ball.
She does. I watched her play yesterday. She seems to play real quick and play and love the game. She seems to really adapt to it quickly.
Yeah, and this is a big match because it's to move into the final 8. Of course, we saw Savannah in a match previous to this. This is Johnny's first touch on the table.
Is it?
So.
That's right, because he was seated or got a bye, right?
Yeah, correct. So, going to be interesting to see what he can do. He might not get an opportunity on this rack because Savannah is really controlling this table well until that one.
I think she has a shot. I think all she has to do is roll the 5 in, and she can shoot the 3. But the first shot she shot, I missed. I think she slapped the ball in, if I'm not mistaken.
She did. So she kind of took a little bit of a flyer. She did. You do have to designate solids or stripes if there's a question. And I think I did hear her say solids, and she did make one. So it is good.
I'll tell you, if she's a straight shooter, she walks so fast and just gets down and boom.
Pretty impressive at such a young age.
That is.
She also has patience, which is something I didn't have as a kid playing pool.
You know, Johnny has his hands full here.
And as we see there, Savannah takes down the first rack, and nice little crowd response there for the Roadrunner.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see.
She smiles.
Yeah, she's a character. We love having her here. Actually, Arizona was her first event. Yeah, first event, and she had fun with it. She walked away a double champion, both the juniors and the ladies.
Wow.
So she made an impression. And that's why she has a shootout spot now, is because she made that good first impression. She carries herself very well, and she earned herself a spot. And like you said, Johnny's got his hands full.
He does. This is no easy match by any means. I mean, it's a different style of 8-ball, obviously, and it's a short race. And she plays good. I mean, you can't take her lightly, because if you do, you're getting beat.
Yeah, that's I think her biggest advantage comes off the table, and her being not only a female but a young female. I think people might not take her seriously, and she'll make them pay for it.
She will. Yeah, you have to take her serious. Just because she's young or a kid, doesn't mean anything. I mean, there's a 10-year-old kid out here. I forgot his name.
Gavin Matthew.
Yeah, wow, what a stroke that kid has.
Actually, from Dallas, his dad is a player in the Ultimate Pool League in Dallas.
I met his dad out there. Yeah.
So and here's a big one. The 8-ball is in play during the shootout, and Johnny almost took it to the pocket there.
Dry break.
But it is dry. Savannah up out of her seat before anything ever happened. She knew it was dry, and this could be, not to bring it up, but this could be a little reminiscent of
last night.
Your inability to have an opportunity at the table very often. If
I'd take stripes here for sure. I'd shoot the 13, then the 11, try to get to the 10 on the side.
Yeah, the 10's the tough shot because it only has the downward pockets. But if you can get there, it's pretty simple.
She's shooting solid. She's going to break this out.
Oh, and she's done it probably the best you can do right there. Her next shot's going to be a little difficult.
I think she might have the one on the side here. If not, then she can cut the 6 in. But landing on the 7 is going to be a little tricky also. And I know why she chose to shoot the solids was because the 8 was sitting. It didn't go in either one of the bottom 2 corner pockets. So it wasn't a bad move.
She definitely can see the 1.
She has to fall on the 7 perfect.
She took the tougher shot, took her medicine.
Fires it in.
And she's going to give herself a better opportunity to try and get on that 7. She's got a small gap down here at the bottom of the table where she can keep the cue ball between the 12 and 14 and have a shot. So, smart play there.
Yeah, I was going to say I would actually go for it right then and there. It was laid perfect.
Yeah, and she landed in the best spot possible.
Now she'll use a little inside and then shoot the 3. Yeah, another out. She doesn't waste any time, does she?
No. I'd say if there was one downside to her game, it's that she is a rhythm player, and when she gets in that rhythm, she might not take the easier shots as serious as she should.
Uh-oh, she overhit that.
Stuff like that.
Yeah, that's exactly a perfect example of shooting too fast.
But it doesn't happen very often. So luckily for her, one mistake, it's not going to kill her in most play, but it will when she's battling it out with Johnny Archer. If she doesn't hit this ball, Johnny's going to have a really good lay on the table.
She did shoot a little fast there. I think she just overamped it.
Yeah, her timing was a little off too. She kind of had a little bit of a jab of a stroke.
Yeah, she accelerated a lot. So has Johnny been playing at all lately? I haven't heard much about him.
I spoke with. He was actually in here with us last night for one of our last matches, and I think he's playing locally to his area. I know there's a nice pool hall in Aiken, South Carolina that he's been playing tournaments at. As far as the caliber of players, I don't think he's played anything that's like this recently.
So there's some pressure on him too. And has she ever beaten anybody, not that Johnny is still playing or, at the caliber that he was when he was playing every day, but has she ever beaten anybody as good as Johnny?
Yeah, I mean, she's had some monster wins. I haven't seen Johnny play a lot lately. I know what he did in the 90s and the early 2000s. I haven't seen his playing ability lately. I know last year he won a large tournament, I think in New York. Or maybe didn't win it, but he went far.
Right. I've been out of the loop a little bit. I just started playing again, so.
Yeah. But, I mean, when you have that ability. I know he's been playing the likes of like a Josh Roberts or a BJ Ussery pretty often in his area.
Yeah, I just saw that a couple weeks ago.
Yeah. And those guys are no slouches.
No, not at all. He looks to be hitting the ball pretty good. I mean, it's not that's the thing about bar tables, for us, we can go years without playing, jump up on a bar table and still play pretty good. It's not like you're playing on a 9-footer where you have to be practicing and playing against the top guys every day.
Especially when the layout is what he had.
True.
When you get into messier racks, I'd be interested to see how his play is in those messy racks.
Yeah.
Just because the precision required, Johnny will tell you himself he's not a young man anymore.
Yeah, he's not.
And he knows that, but
neither am I.
Well, you guys are both legends of the game.
Thank you.
Top-notch players. And Johnny's going to even it up here. And this is the most interesting thing for... Oh, looky here.
Great player.
Yeah. Speaking of great players, the Iceberg, Justin Bergman, getting ready for his first match. It's coming up in just a little bit. Of course, we have Johnny and Savannah playing right now. Here's a good one for you. Sam Henderson and Eric Charlton. That's a rematch of the Arizona Shootout Finals. So that'll be a little fun to watch. And then, of course, the Iceberg, Justin Bergman, playing against Kieron Hall, who played absolutely phenomenal last night.
He did. He played good.
And Savannah here breaking off.
Uh-oh.
and she's lost her cue ball.
That second ball break is tough. I mean, I know I scratched twice on the break last night, but I'm not a fan of the second ball break. I don't know. It just doesn't work for me.
That's the other hard part about the bar box is on the break shot especially, your cue ball can get kissed so much.
It did last night for me.
And that's generally where the scratches come from. You don't often see a ball go straight to a pocket.
Right.
It gets kissed here and there and ends up in one.
Mine last night, one of the first scratches was it got kicked in the side from like nowhere. It was unbelievable. And then the second one, it went off the back rail, and the 11 hit it and knocked it back into the pocket. It was cold-blooded.
Yeah, tough kicks, especially on the break.
Yeah.
This is a messy one, though. There's a lot of traffic around here. So this is where I wanted to see Johnny and see how he's hitting the ball in these situations.
Everything goes here. The combination of 4-6 in the side, which he'll probably roll in now and then shoot the 4 or the 1 in the opposite corner over by the 9. He's bumping balls. I don't like to do that. It makes things messy. But
got to control your cue ball in these situations.
Everything goes from here. So I don't see any problems. But again, he's going into balls here. He's going to have to move the 10.
The biggest shot here is this one. Where does the cue ball end up? And he hit it good.
Yep.
Left himself a shot where he doesn't have to do too much with the cue ball. I like just drifting this ball in.
Getting on the 1 is not simple here.
I think taking the 7, if he decides to take the 7 after this, he hit that with outside spin, let it come off the rail. That's a dangerous shot.
Yeah, he got perfect.
But he hit it good.
All he has to do is shoot the 7 in the corner, draw back a little bit, shoot the 5 on the side, roll down for the 1. The tricky thing is the 8, I don't believe, goes in the side. I don't think it goes by the 11, so he's going to have to play for the corner, but it's hard to tell from the screen. Yeah, he got perfect. Just roll this in.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wow.
He jumped up. He started walking before the ball even got to the pocket.
Oh, that's a big miss.
It's huge. He got it perfect on the 1, too.
But now if you're Savannah, where do you start? Do you like taking the 9 ball here?
Yeah, absolutely. Get right for the 15 right away because it doesn't go in the corner by the 1. So she shot the right shot there and hit it perfect.
It looked like she was going to underroll it a little bit, but the ball just kept moving.
There's so many patterns in 8 ball. Like you can save the 14 and the 11 for last. Or you can shoot the 11, 15, save the 14 for the last. There's no, in my opinion, right way to go. There's so many options. I probably wouldn't have shot in the 11 there. Some players choose to go other routes. It's just comfort zone is what it's called. Whatever you're comfortable with.
Yeah, I like that analogy because a lot of times it comes down to a personal preference. Obviously, there's situations where there's a particular pattern that's correct, but sometimes it's just whatever shot you like the best.
Yeah. On an open rack like that with all the balls on the table, there are more than one options, right? So you get 1 option, 2 options, 3 options. So obviously when you get down to the last 3 balls, there's a correct pattern.
Yeah.
But when you start the rack, you might play to 1 ball and not get quite where you want to get, so you have to alter your pattern. Happens a lot in 8 ball. And I wouldn't have chose to run out the way she ran out there, but she still got there. Yeah, that's the thing about 8 ball. There's so many different options and balls to choose from.
Yeah, I think the best players out there have particular patterns that they would play, but for anybody under that top tier, it really does come down to your preference. And while it wasn't the way you or I would have run it, she definitely got out there. And 2-1. Here's the interesting part here. We've seen 3 racks. We're a third of the way through the match clock. If this continues to go back and forth like this with an average of 4 minutes a rack, by the time we do get to that 5-5 spot, There's not going to be a whole lot of time left.
There's not.
Savannah has played on the 15-second shot clock multiple times. I don't know if Johnny's ever played with that kind of shot clock.
Yeah, that can get to you.
He's not the quickest player. He's not the slowest either.
He's pretty slow.
But
was.
was. But, you know, under a shot clock, you know it's there, so you tend to speed up just a little bit.
Yeah.
The question is, will it throw him off his game when we get there? And that could be a deciding factor in this match.
It could be. And I'll tell you what, if it comes down to the shootout, she has a huge advantage because running around the table, she's young. I mean, she walks fast to begin with. He doesn't move fast. So if it comes down to hill and they run out of time, I'll take her in the shootout.
Yeah. I mean, you have to think that, but I think Johnny might have a better understanding of the break and knowing that he has to just stop the ball every time.
Right.
Whereas she might get a little bit looser with the cue ball. I still think she's a 60-40 favorite in that situation, but we'll never know until we get there, if we get there.
Yeah. This is tricky.
Yeah, the 14, 11, 6, 2 area it's pretty messy. He's going to try and make something happen here.
Yeah, he's going to break the 11 out, but the 15 still doesn't go. He would have to still get on the 15, play short side.
He got a very favorable bump right there.
He did. And now he can shoot the 10 and slide down and make the 4, or try to make the 4, and then shoot the 15 in the corner. If he gets on the 15, he's out.
If you get some speed on this and you
hit
the 4.
Yep. He didn't hit that good at all.
And these pockets aren't, 3 and 7/8 or anything, but I'm not sure if this ball goes. Oh, wow, he squeezed it right in.
It's hard to tell from the screen,
Yeah.
I didn't even know it went.
Can be deceiving.
That was a good shot.
Yes, it was. And now he's really set up.
Yeah, he's out from here. Again, here's an option where you have to shoot any ball you want, Doesn't matter if you go 11, 9, 13, 12, 12, 9, 13. It's just preference.
I think Johnny's ability to understand how to cheat the pocket when you need to create an angle is definitely an advantage for him.
It is.
He cheated that ball very well and got exactly where he needed to be.
So 12, 9, 13, 8 in the side or 8 in the corner for a 2-2 ball game.
I think the answer to our initial question is, how's Johnny hitting the ball? I think it's been answered. He's hitting the ball pretty good.
Ball good, yeah. He's moving pretty quickly. He's stroking well.
Taking some extra time to look at this one.
He just got a little funny. I think you can either follow it or draw it. Doesn't matter.
I'm not in love with the draw shot.
He was playing for the side.
Yeah.
He had a really good
solid stroke. Thought he was going to come up short and kind of hit that 50-yard line, but
good out.
And there we are. Like you said, a good out by Johnny Archer. It is 2-2 in the Ozone Billiards Iowa Shootout. This is a last 16 match. Several players already locking their spot in for the final 8. And this is the greatest thing about this format, Dennis, is the shootout. One table, 15 matches, one champion, all streamed. You don't have to miss any of the action. I think this is my favorite event because the stories, you get to watch the stories unfold all the way through.
It's exciting. I've never played it. I've watched it a few times, and last night I got to play on the TV table. That table plays absolutely beautiful. I've never played on a Brunswick bar table. It's night and day difference from going out and playing on the outskirts of the pool room on the diamonds.
Yeah.
That table plays, because it has so many lights over it, plays amazing.
Yeah, the Brunswick has done an amazing job with these tables.
Yes.
And I can't wait to be able to get one in my house that I can play on because they really do play good.
She broke well.
Yeah?
She broke well. It's pretty wide open here. You can shoot whatever you want. I would definitely take the solids. Everything appears to be pretty wide open.
Yeah, she shouldn't have to bump anything or do anything too crazy.
No.
She's taking the stripes. I think
it doesn't really matter either or.
I think the only reason she did is because she might have been a little worried about the 3-6.
They both go, though.
Yeah.
The 1 to the 2 to the 8 would have been my last.
I think it goes back to, like we talked about, it's kind of preference when the balls are open. Just don't want it to come back and bite you. And she didn't end up very good on this.
No, she didn't. She hit the 10 kind of full. I don't think she was trying to get on the bottom side of the ball she just shot.
Now she's going to have to take a tough cut into the corner on the 12 ball. Her cue ball is going to be moving,
She can shoot the 11. I believe she can jack up, spear the 11 in.
Oh, you're right. You're right. She can see it.
But if it were me, I would have taken solids for sure. I would have started with the 4 ball because the 5 goes by the 13. Then you shoot the 3 and the 6, and you just work your way over to the 1 and 8.
Yeah.
That's me, again, preference. Meanwhile, I'm sitting over here commentating her match out of the tournament. So
look, Dennis, I've never missed a ball from right here.
Me either. But again, she has to shoot a long shot, I think. She has to shoot the 12 now. She makes it, she wins.
Yeah. Well, it wiped its feet.
She wobbled it in.
And now she's in another position where she's not where she wanted to be. She's on the rail.
On the rail, and it looks like a dead scratch. She might have to jack up here.
If she can get any bit of bottom on this ball, she might be able to do like that stun drag type shot. But, I mean, it's tough.
I might actually cut this in the side and go 2 rails out of the corner.
Oh, I don't mind that, actually. Oh, she went for the bank. See, there's so many different options she has.
There really are.
She hit a good shot. Can she see all of the 13?
I don't believe she can. It rolled too far.
She's grabbing something. Think she might be trying to masse this ball.
I'm not 100% familiar with the rules, but I think she's trying to jump it with her break cue.
No. So, in just a heads up, you cannot play jump shots.
No jump cue.
No jump shots.
Oh, really?
No jump shots. So, if the ball jumps over an object ball that it would have hit had it stayed on the felt, it's a foul.
Oh, so she must not know the rule.
Yeah,
I didn't know the rule.
It's one of those rules that it doesn't come up very often because generally when you're given the little briefing, it's no jump shots, and people perceive that as no jump cues. But yeah,
well, that's what I was told yesterday. I went to jump a ball. I said, "Where's my jump cue?" They said no jump cues.
Yeah,
they didn't say no jump shots. So I thought you could use your jump, a break cue to jump a ball.
Yeah, a little bit different ruling there, but all in all, it was a failed attempt, and Johnny Archer is going to steal this rack.
Maybe. He got a little funny on the 3. He's going to have to roll forward and cut the 7. Oh, the 5's there too, though. I didn't see the 5. But you never know, There's a lot of pressure on you when you play these games. Everything looks routine and easy, but it never is for some reason.
Yeah, and the easiest shots can have the most pressure.
Yeah, if you accelerate, just hit it a little too hard or understroke it, come up short. It's just, it's tough. It is. It's tough out there.
And this arena this is not your typical pool hall arena. This is a big production. The cameramen, the lights, the arena, the crowd, the pressure from that alone can be deafening.
This pool room, speaking of, is absolutely gorgeous. I've never been here before, but wow is all I can say.
This is my first time here, and I've already put in my vote. Not that it counts for anything. That I want to come back here, when we can, because the venue has been great. The owner has been great. The food is phenomenal.
I haven't tried the food yet.
Oh, get a pizza, Dennis.
Is it good?
It's amazing.
Really?
Yeah.
The cheeseburger they walked by with earlier looked really good.
If you're on a diet like I am, get the gluten-free crust.
Good?
And it's really good. Really good. Just got a little glimpse of Justin Bergman sweating the action here.
Yeah, he plays soon, doesn't he?
Yeah, so he's got one more match to go, and then he'll be up.
So Johnny's up 3-2 break, and if he makes a ball in the break, gets out, he's up 4-2. But I've been struggling with the break everywhere. I played on the diamonds today. I've played 2 matches so far this morning, and I'm breaking dry a lot.
It's a big swing, and the break on this table with the way the rack is, because the 8's on the spot, a lot of people don't know how to go about it. And I've seen people do a second ball break. I've seen people do a third ball break. I've seen people break it like they would 10 ball, straight up and down, pop the cue ball. Some things work, some things don't.
He hit those great.
Yeah. This was a monster break.
Yeah, he got straight in. Everything's pretty open. Nice forward roll to the 12 ball. And
the 15-9 looks a little rough, but it's easy once the 9 ball goes.
Yeah, I think they both go. But if not, you could just play for the 14-9. It's right there.
So, our referee just called touching ball on the 7, and I think Johnny may have been confused by that because he's not sure the relevance. So, the touching ball rule, if you are touching your own suit,
you have to shoot completely away from it.
But you only have to hit the rail because it's already been in contact.
Right, it's frozen.
Yeah, so touching ball rule into the rail is good. I'm not sure Johnny knew what the relevance of Rich calling the touching ball was, so he may have been a bit confused there.
I don't know what that was. Wow, he played to the other side for the 15 ball.
I almost feel like he was trying to bump it, which he didn't need to do. What is... Oh, that ball went.
Wow.
I didn't think there was any way possible for that ball to go past there.
Well, apparently, even with my glasses on, I can't see very well.
Well, Johnny knew, and that's all that really mattered,
well, we
I guess.
didn't.
Yeah. That's the other advantage of being on the table. You can see the things that we can't.
Yeah, it was tough to see. It looked like they were froze together.
Well, and Johnny's absolutely ripped this rack apart, made it look easy, and he's going to be up 4-2. We are now in that 15-second shot clock, but it hasn't phased Johnny.
You know, I noticed Johnny stands different now with his feet. He used to point his feet towards the table, and I just watched him shoot the 8 in the side. Both of his feet were facing us.
Yeah.
Away from the table.
Yeah, he's kind of turned.
Yeah, he's turned sideways.
And adjusted, yeah.
I don't know what's up with that. But he used to have both of his feet facing the table. You know, same direction he was shooting, his feet would face that direction. And there, his feet were both facing away from the table.
More standard for an American-style player. You usually see them start off towards the table, whereas a snooker player or maybe an English player would
step sideways.
Kind of do a right angle.
Yes.
So, yeah, interesting there. Johnny looks poised. He looks very focused. His heart's probably beating out of his chest.
It does out there. I haven't played last night. I was a little nervous last night myself. It was beaten. It feels good, though. It feels good to be back, feeling that pressure. It's so
for
nice.
Everybody watching out there, you just heard it from one of the best players America's seen. Dennis Hatch was nervous out there. So if you get nervous during a match, just remember, it's not just you, it's the pros too.
Everybody, all of us.
Well, Savannah's absolutely crushed this break, and the solids look great. You just got to work out the 8 ball. I thought she mishit that.
I like, when balls are tied up like that, I like to try to get to them immediately. I mean, go right after it. So if you can shoot the 5 and then the 1 and then break it out with the 7 here, don't wait. Just go right after it.
The old adage of face your problems head on and as quickly as possible.
Oh, she almost missed that ball. She got hit the wrong side of it.
Yeah, she's going to bump the 12 and move the 8 ball here.
She's going to hit this with a little speed.
She'd hit it great.
Get the separation.
Just got to work through to the 3 to the 2, and then your 8 ball's in the top left-hand corner. Savannah's not going down without a fight here. Got to get this shot right, though. Wow.
She drew out of it.
But that hurt her.
It did. She got a little unlucky there. She blocked the pocket, but she can come back down for a bank or maybe try to get to hit the 12 and shoot it in the upper corner. But you at least get back down for the bank. Oh, boy.
Well, this has gotten really rough for her.
Well, again, another rule in this format is you don't have to call the 8. It's slop. So.
Yeah, so if she chose to do so, she could have fired at it, and if it falls, it falls. She definitely played the right shot there, though, trying to hold a containing safety and make Johnny have to work a little harder.
I don't think that was...
Oh, no.
That's a foul.
Oh, no.
He dropped his chalk.
He dropped his chalk. It hit the 9 ball.
She gets ball in hand.
And she gets ball in hand.
Unbelievable.
Does she not realize that the 8 ball... Okay.
I did that earlier. I had ball in hand, and I shot and touched the ball. It was a foul. I don't know why she just did that.
Yeah, the time clock got to her. She's already used her extension. That's a wild turn of events right there. That is a huge mistake from Johnny, and then a tough shot for Savannah. I mean, that's crazy.
I wasn't really paying attention there. I was baffled by what Johnny had did.
Yeah.
But couldn't she have pocketed the 8 somewhere or banked it?
I think it would have gone through the gap down here, but I don't think she ever looked at it.
She was under the gun.
Yeah. It's tough to think with 15 seconds.
It is.
30 is a lot of time.
Uh-oh, look at this.
Oh, no.
He got lucky. Might have got lucky.
I think he could see the 13.
He bumped the 12. He got straight in almost.
Oh, this is wild.
Yeah, he's got a little blood test here. This is not the easiest shot in the world. He made it. He hit it good. That was a funny rack, boy.
Yeah.
They both made some mistakes there.
It was also a time-consuming rack.
Yeah, it was.
And he got there perfect. He couldn't have asked for a better shot. Got to give this shot your due diligence, though. Don't just assume because it's straight in that it's going to fall. Looked good there. 5-2 is just around the corner for the Scorpion, Johnny Archer. There it is.
That was a huge game for Savannah. If she could have, with ball in hand, had the opportunity there to make the 8, it would have been 4-3. Instead, it's not looking good. 5-2 with only 5 minutes left, so yeah. I don't see her being able to come back from here unless she starts running around the table.
Yeah, Johnny's fortunate of dropping the ball, dropping the chalk, but the 8 ball being tied up. It made it to where the foul was irrelevant.
Yep. I can't believe that happened. I forgot that it's all ball fouls. I don't remember the shot she had. I know the 8 was over by the rail, but I think she could have shot it in the corner like you said.
Yeah, there was a small space on the top left-hand side rail, and I think she could have got her cue ball behind it, the opposite side that she set up on, and shot it down to the bottom right-hand corner. There were some balls down here, but I feel like the gap was makeable. But again, 15 seconds to figure out what you got to do and then execute it.
Oh, that's right, because they're down under 10 minutes, so it goes to 15 seconds, right? Wow.
And she'd already used her extension, so no opportunity to get any extra time. Got to make a decision fast, and that one's probably going to cost her. Well, it did cost her, and it might cost her the match.
Yeah, well, I don't see her being able to come back from here with only 5 minutes left. Unless she runs out quick and then breaks and runs out, it's 5-4 real quick, puts the heat on Johnny. You never know. That strange things happen.
The other thing you got to think about is the golden break is also in play.
True.
So if Johnny just broke dry, she runs out here, it's 5-3.
Yeah, she needs to get going.
She snaps the 8, it's 5-4. We talk hypotheticals all the time, but these things can't happen.
No, she needs to get going. She needs to shoot quick here, because if she runs out and leaves about 3.5 minutes on the clock, 3 minutes on the clock, and then breaks and runs out or breaks and makes it on the break, it's 5-4 in Johnny's break. So
the average game time once we get down to 15 seconds is around the 2-minute mark.
Man, poor Savannah can't get a roll. The 9 tied up.
I think the good news for her is that it only takes a small bump to get that 9 out of play. She just has to have a shot to do it.
Well, I think she just put the cue behind the back and doesn't have a shot.
Yeah, I think 15 ball. Oh, wow. You're right. She did not have a shot. And so from here, if I'm Johnny,
I'm taking my time.
I'm taking my time on this run out, just in case, because the 7 ball's a little messy. If you do miss, you run some time off.
Eating all that 15 seconds up.
Obviously, if he's got the run out, just run out, win the match.
Yeah.
But when there's issues on the table like that 7 ball, just take some extra time and make it harder in case you do make a mistake.
Well, I appreciate you letting me get in the booth. I'd like to do it again.
Yeah, absolutely. I would love to hear you and Simon do some, because he's a big pattern play guy. He's very good at patterns. So I'd love to hear you guys talk it out as two,
I would enjoy that.
Two, I guess, top players of the past, kind of.
This is no cakewalk here. He's got to get on the 7.
Yeah, the 7 ball's tough. And
I don't know if he can draw into it here and try to bump it. But if he doesn't get on the 7, but fortunately there's only 2.5 minutes left, 2 minutes and 45 seconds, so it doesn't really matter what he does.
Time is on his side at this point.
So she's going to get ball in hand here, or at least get a shot. He's going to have to kick.
And I think what he did there is not realizing the strategical play. He could have played that ball and went for the soft touch on the 7, and if he misses, he still has a shot. Oh, look at this!
Oh, wow, he lucked it in.
But he's still hooked himself.
But he's eating up time.
Yeah, this I think this match is all but over. The 2-minute mark. It would be very difficult to come back. You would need a lot of things to happen. So Savannah's going to come to the table with pace and attempt to get this run out.
She had some opportunities. I just think that, I don't know if nerves got to her or she just shot too fast, because she did have an opportunity there when she hooked herself, I think, to go up, 2-0?
Yeah. Well, she's made a pretty good run here. She's gotten a little off. The question is it too late? She's got to have a golden break, and then I think she has to have a golden duck, which is a scratch and 8 on the break from Johnny.
Well, the clock just ran like 3 more seconds, but I would love to see her make the 8 on the break here. That would be awesome.
Yeah.
It wouldn't matter anyway, because Johnny, all he'd have to do is break. And then
a little softer, don't put some power into it.
And make a couple of balls and run out the...
And then it's over.
Yeah.
We do use a 3-point system on our break. It's a little different than the standard 3-point. So our 3-point line is the center of the pocket. So balls made and balls cross the center line are a point. You got to have 3, so you can't soft break it. You got to put a little bit of pace behind it.
Here's what I'd like to see happen. It's a miracle, but she makes the 8 on the break.
He breaks dry. She speeds around the table and runs out.
She flies around the table in like 40 seconds and runs out.
Look, I'm telling you, the spectacle of the buzzer beater, when you're a fan in the arena, when I see the buzzer beaters happen and I'm in here, I'm jealous because it's so much more fun out there.
She scratched again.
Oh, well, it's all but over except for the formalities.
How old is she?
I believe she's 16. I may have that wrong, though.
Yeah, well, she'll be a force to be reckoned with.
Oh, she'll be a future world champion.
Yeah, without question. And the thing that they're doing for her, putting her in these big tournaments, playing against men and playing in pro events against the women, it's going to do nothing but make her great. She's not just playing junior events and playing, small tournaments. She's playing these big tournaments against pros.
I think you'll agree with me here. I think for any pool player who's wanting to get to the next level, stop playing in events that are just your skill level. Get out there and play against the best.
Yes.
Because it's not always about winning. Sometimes it's about learning.
Yep. You can practice all you want, but you can only get so good just practicing. You have to play in big tournaments, play against better players, and put yourself out there and take your lumps, because that's what makes champions.
Yeah.
Winning doesn't make a champion. It's going out there and getting beat, the experience.
Well, and Savannah will appreciate the experience, but she's come up a little short against Johnny Archer. Dennis, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I really appreciate it. Guys, we'll get a word from the Scorpion in the arena right after this.
With over 175 years of billiards history, tradition, and expert craftsmanship, Brunswick is a name synonymous with our game, which makes it the perfect partner for Ultimate Pool USA's vision, a fun, fast, and exciting pool for the players all across the United States. Brunswick, Ultimate Pool USA's official table partner.
Well, welcome back out to the arena. Let's get a few words with Johnny Archer. Congratulations.
Thanks.
First taste of Ultimate Pool USA in the shootout. How was that?
Well, I got to get used to it, but it's a lot of fun. I can see where it's a lot of fun for the people to watch, and things like this could really get pool off the map. Yeah.
I mean, your first taste of playing a match clock situation, for me, it changes the dynamic of the whole match, certainly towards the back end. How did you experience that?
Absolutely, you're correct. At the end, there's a little strategy with using the clock.
Yeah.
But then again, you got to make sure that, hey, I don't put myself in position to where they could get a couple quick racks. So, it's fun. It's something different.
You've got to get yourself ahead of the game and then try and hang on, I guess, is the
yes,
way
sir.
of going. Quick word for Savannah, one of the rising stars in the game. It's great to see her out here on this stage as well.
Yes, first I'd seen her play a couple times on YouTube and stuff, but she's a quick draw, and you can tell she's really offensive minded, which will get her a long ways in this game.
Yeah, it's really entertaining to watch.
Yeah.
The whole match was. Quick word for the fact that you'll be playing Tom Cousins, who's come all the way over from the UK, one of the best players. He is the best player in English pool. Should be a good match.
Well, it's one of them where the first few games of the match is going to matter. So, it's fun to be out here playing. Whether I win or lose, it's okay.
Well, we're looking forward to watching it. Best of luck.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And we're going to move on. A rematch of the Arizona Shootout final coming up next.
What a match we have for you now. If you guys remember back in the Arizona shootout, we had an amazing finals match. And it just so happens that it was between these two gentlemen right here, Eric Charlton and Sam Henderson. And it is rematch time at the Ozone Billiards Iowa Shootout. Sam Rhino Henderson and Eric Charlton. And the action is live right now. My name is Stephen White. I will be joined by Tony Holgate in just a moment. And this is not the start that Eric Charlton wanted. Sam Henderson coming to the table with an opportunity to take advantage of that big scratch on the break. And Sam's going to have a really nice opportunity here. And my partner in crime is in the booth, Tony Holgate. Tony, did you enjoy that last match between Savannah and Johnny?
Absolutely fantastic. I was sort of sat behind the camera crew actually watching that one, and a great contrast in styles. Johnny the Scorpion coming through in the end.
Yeah, he played good. Didn't miss too many balls. Didn't miss shape a whole lot. Got a few lucky little touches here and there, but that's part of the game.
Well, Sam Henderson at the table. Very interesting, intriguing encounter this promises to be.
Yeah, rematch.
Yeah, know each other very well.
Or at least well enough. Yeah.
And it is the Arizona Shootout champion. It's going to take the opening rack. Can he do two in a row?
Well, and he's got off to a good start.
Yeah, lovely use of the cue ball there. Round the angles. 8 in the side pocket. Nice and simple.
Yeah, tough break for Eric there because he did break that rack and he went straight into the corner pocket. And yeah, that was all she wrote because Sam came out and had a very nice layout to run the rack. There you see Sam Henderson. Great player is Sam. He's had some success here. He was in the semifinals of the Open in Arizona. He was obviously the shootout winner in Arizona. So his success has been pretty vast in his short Ultimate Pool USA career. He's looking to add some more hardware to his trophy case.
And a few bucks.
And a few bucks. And what a shootout to do it in, because it seems like we say this every shootout, but this 100% is our most stacked shootout field. It's an extended field, 24 rather than 16. So I mean, to win this one is definitely a notch in the belt. But he's got a lot of good players to go through. Whoever wins this will have definitely earned it because it's a tough field.
Well, Henderson breaking dry, and Eric Charlton strides towards the table to survey the situation.
Might see some back and forth here.
Yeah, he played very well last night, did Eric.
Having to take on a tough shot here is Eric. He was always going to be running into that ball. And
I'll tell you what, that's fell nicely.
Yeah, got a little fortunate with that last little turn, but I think he can see the 13 ball, and I think he'll be able to get out here.
The thing with this, you don't want to leave that 10 ball till last. That's the only thing, because where this 5 ball is situated, if you leave that to last, try and get from the 10 to the 8, and that's just made it a whole lot worse. The unkindest of nudges for Eric Charlton. Played for combo.
Played that well. He needs to use this opportunity to break the 10 ball out.
The thing with this, though, Stephen, is when you go into this 10 ball, you have no idea where that cube was going to go. This is going to be in the lap of the gods.
You got to try and get out so you can shoot the 9 ball, because you don't want to play shape on the ball that you're breaking out, and he didn't get there, and this is why you don't do that. It's tough.
His hand was forced. He couldn't do anything else. He had to go into the 10 there and then, but it's just, I think it's one of those when you actually go in with a load of power and move everything, rather than try and be a little bit cute and try and hold on the 10 as well. So, tricky situation now for Eric.
There's times to try and hold that ball and play it soft and get a precision touch. There's also times to smash it and open it up. Eric was attempting to send the cue ball back down here and leave it tough for Sam. He didn't achieve that at all. The only thing he might have done is made the 5 ball a little tougher, but it still has a pocket.
Yeah, that's 2 pockets. I think that goes up in the top as well as the side pocket. Not to be pedantic.
Yeah, I like Sam's chance to get out here.
Almost like they're wearing team colours out there today.
Right? The yellow and black looks good for this event.
And Eric and Sam in the grey and darker grey.
Yeah. It's, I don't know if you've seen all the Iowa Shootout jerseys walking around, but man, they are nice. In
fact, all the shirts that they do for these open events in all the states, I mean, you know, Arizona, everywhere else, they all look really nice. The shirts are great. I mean, you can't help but want to buy a couple, take them home, souvenirs.
Yeah, Jaap does a really good job on those event jerseys, as well as everything else. I'm wearing a Jaap hoodie right now that is so comfortable.
Sounds like you're doing a commercial for them. You'll be walking down a catwalk next to everyone.
Well, Damien, pull out the checkbook, baby. I don't think anybody wants to see me model. I model about as good as I play pool.
I don't. Keep it on. Anyway, Sam Henderson now. Just a 7 and a 3 ball. And the 8 will finish off this rack. Sam looking at going into a 2-0 lead in this race to 6.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Yeah, looking for his place in tonight's quarter-final. Very solid indeed. Straightforward 8 ball into the top corner. In it goes, and Sam Henderson gets his 2-0 lead.
Yeah, that's pretty strong. Well, Tony, we almost saw a golden break right there. The 8 ball was moving towards the corner pocket, just didn't have enough speed.
No, very close. But the main thing for Eric Charlton is he made a ball. Now he has a good chance here to run this rack. This is looking pretty good for Eric. It's a much needed one, really. I know it's a short race, but you know, 2-0 down, 3-0 is a real kick in the teeth. You know, your opponent's halfway to the finish line.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to get to the point where it's 3-0 and your opponent is breaking, which is what would happen if Eric wasn't able to get out here and Sam did.
Yeah, and he would have been lost 2 of his own breaks as well.
Yeah, this is definitely a situation where you have to hold serve with the caliber of players that are playing.
Doesn't want to get too close to these 2 balls. The stripes in the ears, he's now hampered. This isn't very nice at all.
Yeah, this is a tough one.
He's played it well.
Slow down cue ball. Don't get behind it.
Has it gone a roll too far?
It has. And so now, I think what we're looking at, if you're trying to make this ball, you've got to kick with spin. And if you're just trying for the hit, you're leaving an opportunity for Sam to get out.
I'm just wondering if he could just bend the cue ball into the rail just before the 8.
I'd be worried about the scratch. Just because the 8's, you got to hit the 8 pretty thin.
How about that for an effort?
Whew.
Very nearly for Eric.
And I think had he hit it he overcut that. I think had he have hit it with the correct spot, I think he would have scratched in the corner. But now that pocket is somewhat blocked. 8 ball sitting in the very center of it.
But this one could hurt Eric. You saw the last rack go Sam Henderson's way after he sort of tripped over midway through his own finish. He looks to have maybe done it once again.
Oh, and look at that. Well,
that's not great.
He got the movement, but it didn't bump very well.
The one thing that has worked out nicely though for Sam, I think he has an angle on the 9 ball. He can play the 9 into the corner and draw the cue ball back over to the right-hand side, and there he can attack the 13 and the 10.
Yeah. If he overdraws it, he can get a little bump, and it'll help him. If he underdraws it, he can shoot the 10 or the 13 down. You got options. You just got to get over there.
Yeah, just draw the cue ball back over to the right-hand side.
Just like that.
Perfect. Now he can play the 13 straight down the line into the corner. Take your pick where you want to play the 10, probably in the side. And the 14 just sat there on its own, waiting patiently for Sam to send it home.
That's a very good run with some very good shots by Sam. Just needs to make the 14 ball here. The 8 ball's all but guaranteed.
I think the 14's all but guaranteed. And this one's going to hurt Eric Charlton. This really should have been his rack.
Not only that, but Sam will be breaking. This is not the rematch that Eric wanted.
It's certainly the rematch that young Sam Henderson wanted. He's looked very assured. And why wouldn't he be? He's already taken down one of these shootout titles.
Yeah, you gotta enjoy watching Sam. He's very he always looks like he's in control of the table, even when he's not. It's a lot of fun to watch the kid run around the table and shoot well. Great personality as well. Loves to crack up and have fun.
Yeah, he's a really nice guy. I was chatting with him earlier as well. So how you feeling? He said, yeah, good. Looking forward to it. All positive stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, big break here. Sam, make a ball. Don't scratch, and you are in a great spot.
Nice break indeed.
Oh, 8 ball.
Another one going fairly close. Now, we've not seen one today. 2 yesterday, none today. But the day is still young.
I think the most shocking thing for me is I think we're about 12, maybe 13 matches in. We have not seen a 6-ball shootout yet. We've gotten close. We've seen a couple buzzer beaters. We've seen some opportunities for it there, but we haven't seen it yet. I think we're going to get one before the end of the...
Well, that's as close as you're going to get when Nick Evans won that buzzer beater last night. Was that 3 seconds? I think it was 3.
It was minuscule amounts of time left on the clock.
Yeah, I was watching that one from the arena, and I kept looking at the match clock in that last rack. I thought he's not going to do it. He's not going to do it, and he just got over the line, putting the 8 very quickly at the end. That's incredible stuff, that was, in case you missed it last night. But it's about the here and now, and Sam Henderson. Well, he's overcut it, and that was a surprise. He basically put all his eggs in one basket there to try and move and flick that ball away, and he took his eye off the pot. So Eric Charlton is back at the table.
And this is a big opportunity for Eric, and he has to take advantage of it now. He can't let this go on any longer with Sam being in control. And that's bad. That's bad for Eric's opportunities, his chances to continue to be competitive in this match. The other big issue is I think this rack is going to be a little time consuming, which is another factor that hurts Eric.
I'm not so sure now. Sam Henderson played a very good shot there on the 10.
I think he's still got...
He's got the 11 ball, which is slightly tricky. I mean, there's a couple of options to play in and try and kick all those solids out of the way.
Yeah, a little bit of work to do here. Oh, I'm not sure he even attempted to play that.
There's no way in the world he attempted to pot that.
I think he was trying to set himself up for a combination shot using the 11.
I think he's trying to force Eric Charlton to push the solids away for him.
That's a possibility too.
But then Eric will now surely place off the side of the 1 ball and try and stick the 1 ball next to the 11. In fact, he's not going to play any of them now. He must hit a cushion. And he does.
I think
Sam can play the 11 ball up the rail now.
Yeah, I think
if he makes a thick contact with a 6, he can actually make the shot. But then, if you play that and don't play it hard enough, you run a risk of pushing the 6 behind the 12. But I still think you should develop. You should play the 11 up there and free.
I'm not sure the 11 ball goes past the 15.
No, but he can free the 15 ball.
And there you see Sam playing the clock a little bit. You saw him turn around, look at the clock.
It's way too early to be playing the clock with 13 minutes. That's half the match.
Well, especially when Eric Charlton comes with a shot like that.
Yeah, but he was trying to knock the 15 in as well.
Yeah.
If he made the 15 in the same shot, he was home and hosed.
I think this has turned into an opportunity for Eric to really do something here.
Yeah, I think Eric's got a lot of work on his hands to win this rack. The 1 and the 2 ball at the top there are a major problem. Well, I'll tell you what, that is some shot from Eric Charlton. And that's promoted both those balls now into potable positions. And that really was a good shot.
Yeah, Eric Charlton's the gift that continues to give. He's made some great outs in our previous event.
It's almost like Eric Charlton doesn't want to even know the finish unless it's ridiculously difficult.
Yeah, he's another one of those that I liken to Dave Matlock, or even a Chris Melling, with his just crazy pocketing ability and seeing wild shots and taking them out.
I'm telling you now, Sam Henderson will have been sat there before the 1 and 2 were moved, thinking, I'm going to take this rack. I'm going to go 4 up. He was not expecting that from Eric Charlton.
Yeah, I definitely don't think he was uncomfortable with the position he was in.
No, not at all.
And Eric having a little smile at the camera. He's saying, well, I'm on the board, guys.
No, he's not going away.
Yeah, I think the toughest part about this is we're at the 11-minute mark, 1 minute away from the 15-second shot clock. And if Eric were to steal out 2 more games, we're looking at 3-3 with possibly 6 minutes on the clock if they were pretty straightforward runouts.
Well, Eric would love a big break here, make a couple of balls, and then run the rack.
Well, the break was monstrous, and he just barely made a ball. I think this guy's been hanging out with Joven Bustamante.
Yeah.
Because that was a big break. He got very fortunate to get a kiss on that last ball moving and to not scratch, but the amount of balls that moved and moved a lot was insane. Big shot there by Eric. I like this. The 11 ball goes. You're really only playing position for the 12. Once you get to the 12, it's tap, tap, 8 ball.
For me, I'd have preferred to have been right on that side rail playing this 11. I think it's a little bit straight. He's going to have to draw straight back. And
I think he's going to go rail first. He may draw.
Yeah, I think rail first is probably the option.
Yeah.
Played that very well. That's a great shot. It was better than coming back. You're going to be landing on nothing. If you're coming back, you have to be in the top half of the table with the cue ball.
He's still in a weird spot here because he's about to draw into these balls and you don't necessarily know where everything's going. And now he's got a very tough shot to make.
Well, he's got a couple of choices. He could play the 12 into the 5, 12 into the 3, going into the side pocket.
Just like that. That's a beautiful shot.
Great shot.
We just talked about his crazy outs, and if he can do it, this is one of them.
He was a little bit worried there that the 5 ball was going to come back down and block the 8, but it hasn't. And Eric Charlton has just picked Sam Henderson's pocket once again. This is a break and run. And he's back at 3-2.
Yeah.
All to play for, and that is, I'll tell you what, he showed his true mettle there, Eric Charlton. That was big.
Phenomenal run out.
Like I say, it's almost as if Eric just likes to wait for the drama to build, and then he suddenly ups the gears, and he's certainly now arrived in this main arena now. Sam Henderson knows it.
With the situation he puts in, it's almost like he's read the script on how to make it exciting.
Well, I love watching Eric Charlton play. I really, really do. You know, because he does pull out some extraordinary shots. Great shot maker and has great vision. Henderson makes a ball. Henderson more orthodox in his approach. Very steely character indeed. Taking a long ball down to this bottom corner, knocks it straight in. Stripes look lovely. This is perfect for Sam Henderson, just what he needed after losing 2 racks in a row. He's trying to cut Eric Charlton's comeback short, and you feel that he's going to do just that. He's got 3 strikes up at the top and the lonely 10 ball near the 9 at the bottom. Barring an incredible mishap, Sam Henderson's going to restore his 2 rack cushion.
And once again, going to put the pressure on Eric.
He's edging ever closer to a place in the quarterfinal. Now I think he's just becoming a little aware of the clock now, Sam. I think he is now starting to maybe take a few seconds extra and keep himself in front. If you can keep exchanging frames, keeping 2 in front, that's all you've got to do as that clock runs down. 4-2 Henderson. What have we got? 6.5 minutes left on the clock.
a little bit more feasible for something crazy to happen in shootout rules because of the golden break, golden duck. But we're getting close to a point where a lot of things would have to happen in Eric's favor for him
he needs to break
stay
and run
in it.
now, right now.
He's moved from the head-on break to a sideball break. He's going to be looking to move the 8-ball. It didn't get a whole lot of movement, but the stripes all have a pocket. The 15 goes in the bottom left. The solids all have a pocket as well. I think Eric has a good chance of running this out. Take your 7-ball here. Leave yourself on the 1. Oh, he tried for the breakout, so it may not go.
That's not worked out well at all for Eric.
Well, it's not terrible because he can play the 5, bump into the 13, and shoot the 4 in the top right corner. But the 1 ball is still a problem. And it's not anymore. Oh, what a shot there.
Eric Charlton at his very best. He's pulling out an array.
It's not the greatest angle. He's tree-topped and he's having to do stuff with the cue ball. Got to be careful here.
And this is perfect now. You can just run the 1 into the side pocket. 8-ball goes in the other side pocket. And this, if he gets this, is an incredible out because of where he was 3 shots ago. I mean, fabulous stuff from Eric Charlton.
Yeah.
Love it. Absolutely love it.
If Eric doesn't already have a nickname, I think we're going to dub him the human highlight reel because he's really come with some great outs, some great shots.
He has.
And now, 4-3 with an opportunity. He's just got to fade Sam's break, which has been, what's been perfect. Sam's break has been perfect. And Sam, you can see him there. He was just glancing at the clock. He knows where the match is. And he knows how important it is to make a ball on this break. Because if he does, he can run out some time on the clock during the run out. I was speaking with Sam's dad, and he was talking about how Sam has a really good understanding of the strategy that comes with the match clock and the shot clock.
Oh, you can tell he's a proper student.
Yeah. He's only played in 3 of our events. This is number 3. But you can tell, like you said, that he knows where the match is on the clock. He knows how to control it.
And he's from Iowa.
This is true. Home, maybe not hometown, but
no. I was talking to him earlier. He's 2.5 hours away. He said he's only been to this billiard club a few, 2 or 3 times. Loves it, but it's not on his doorstep to come and just practice.
I'll tell you what.
He's got a table at home anyway.
If Sam could have a break that happens every single time, I feel like he'd pay good money to have this one.
Absolutely.
This is a wide open run out.
And these stripes to get Sam Henderson on the hill.
And like we talked about here, all pretty straightforward. He's going to take, 12 to 14 seconds a shot because he knows that Eric breaking next, he's not going to have a whole lot of time. Could force some mistakes and give him a chance to just finish it without having to worry about the clock.
Yeah, to get on the hill at 5-3 and try and leave, let's say, what could he leave? 2 minutes 50, 2 minutes 40 at a push, probably about 50. And be 2 in front. He's definitely now using the clock. He'd have already fired these balls into their pockets by now if he wasn't.
Yeah, you can kind of see that he's waiting on the beeps.
Yeah, well, he gets under, you know, he wants to get this to 2 minutes 50, around there, maybe a little bit less, 2:45. Eric needing two racks to pull level at least.
And he's only going to get to break on one of those.
Absolutely. Which
I
will
think
be the next one.
I think Sam has done just enough at this point to all but solidify this win, barring a golden break or golden duck.
Yeah, very well done there by Sam Henderson. Very well managed. Clock management at its best from Sam Henderson.
And he's on the hill. Eric will be breaking. So best case scenario for Eric, he snaps the 8 ball and Sam breaks dry. That is a lot to ask for. But if anybody's going to do it, I feel like it is Eric, because he's done some crazy stuff already.
I've seen some incredible clock management before when people are trying to take as many seconds off. I've seen one of our players in the UK smashed an 8 ball in, but deliberately left it so the cue ball was spinning for that long with the clock still going.
Yeah.
Even though the 8 ball was down.
Yeah, because the clock continues to move while the balls are moving. And it is definitely a strategy. He's got a really good opportunity to run out here. The thing about it is
it should run out here now.
When he runs out here, if he does, it's all going to come down to Sam Henderson's break.
But that's all Eric can do. Do his part, win this rack as quickly as possible, and then just hope. Don't forget, there's also a golden duck.
Yeah, golden duck. I don't think we'll see Sam break with that much power. We do use the 3-point rule. However, I think it's pretty easy to hit the 3-point rule without sending your cue ball out of control.
Once again, very well done from Emmerich Charlton. Goes down to the well again and comes back.
Yeah, played this very well. Very well.
Digging deep.
And Eric knows the situation he's in. You can see him kind of talking, maybe to himself, maybe to somebody else, but he knows the situation he's in. He knows what has to happen, and he knows it's completely out of his hands right now. Will we see a buzzer beater? Will we see a 6-red shootout?
I don't know, but Eric Charlton won that last rack in 1 minute and 6 seconds. So we've got plenty of time when we've got 1 minute 25. He took some off that one.
He took some off because he doesn't want to risk the golden duck, but he's left an open table. It's not straightforward, but he's left an open table. Guys, this is where you need to go ahead and scoot forward in your seat, because we have an opportunity to see some craziness.
Doesn't want to get too close to 30.
He's mishit this.
That'll be relief there for Sam Henderson, because he's made it a whole lot harder, but he's put out a decent shot there that was hampered queuing.
He's got a lot to do here. He's got to yank this ball back with some power or force follow.
Can he get on that 10 ball? He's going to be on the 13.
He got on the 13 and the tin ball. I think the tin ball goes.
Isn't it where the 8 is?
The tin ball goes. We've got 27 seconds.
Oh, he went to move it.
He's going to bank it. He's going to try the cross bank on the 8 ball or on the tin ball. You got 17 seconds.
I don't think he's going to have enough time, even if he makes a shot. Oh, what a shot! He's
my goodness! Do you hear the crowd there?
Great effort there from Eric Charlton. Wasn't to be. Sam Henderson will move on into the quarterfinals.
You hear the crowd there. They wanted it. We didn't get it this time. Sam Henderson is moving on. We'll get a word with him in just a moment.
Well, welcome back down to the ring. Let's get a few words with the Arizona Shootout champion and the man into the quarterfinals. Sam, congratulations.
Thank you.
First of all, before we talk about that match, I want to say, how cool is it to turn up and play in this environment as the sort of last champion that we've had in the shootout?
It feels great, you know, especially this is my home state.
Yeah.
You know, I feel like I know everybody, I almost know everybody in here, so, you know, all the support is great, and, you know, I've had at least 30 people come up to me and say, let's go, Sam, back to back.
Yeah.
You know, back to back.
And of course, it was a rematch of that final as well, which was in his hometown, which was pretty cool.
It was, yeah. So I'm happy I got to play him again. I know he wanted to play me again.
Yeah, of course.
But it was a good match.
It was a good match. It felt like you controlled it for the most part, but then in this format, it just gets a little bit dicey towards the end. And he had a chance there to. I mean, I guess you were sat in your chair thinking maybe we're going 6-ball here.
I was thinking that until he got onto that bank. I saw there was only about 15 seconds left. I knew if he were to make the bank, the cue ball was going to be moving.
Yeah.
And I figured he was going to run out of time. Yeah. So I felt pretty good there at the end. But while he was running them out, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't nervous.
Yeah, of course, because you've been in 1 or 2 6-balls as well, so you know what it's all about.
Yeah. I went and won against Tom Cousins in Louisville, and I put up a great time. Yeah. But he's just better at those than I am.
Yeah, it was good fun to watch that one.
Yeah.
Does it feel different coming into this event? Obviously, you've always been a player that everyone looks at with a huge kind of future in the game, but having won that previous shootout with Ultimate Pool USA, you're coming in as essentially the defending champion, and we've got a stacked field here. Does that feel different?
It does. I feel a little bit more pressure as the defending champion, but I'm just here to have fun and play pool.
Yeah, well, we certainly enjoyed watching you play, and we get to do it all again a little bit later on in the quarterfinals, so congratulations.
Thank you.
And we will find out who Sam will play in the quarterfinals after this short break.
My break tip is completely different from everything that is on the market. It combines the qualities of like a playing tip with a super powerful tip. It's like a tip on the steroids. You can open with less power and still have spin and split the pack perfectly, but you can go for the power breaking and you still have control. You just need to know how to do it. A lot of players that they told me that because they use so less power on breaking, they can focus on accuracy and the rack always splits the way they want. And because they are not using the power, they keep that accuracy and its reliability. I believe that when you're going to buy something, you need to believe on it and buy it perfectly. And on my side, what I believe is, if I'm going to offer you something, it needs to be better than I was expecting me for buying itself. The increases, it's fantastic, it's super good. And they are consistent, they still have power or more power than the normal tips, and they last. And that's what I want. It really feeds me on. When people say thanks and they like the product and they are happy, I feel joy to myself. It's not really just proud, it's just joy. I feel happy.
Ultimate Pool USA Arena is heating up, and we have a treat for you now. It is the very first time that we're going to get to see Justin Bergman here at the Ozone Billiards Iowa Shootout. My name is Stephen Wyatt, and I have Mr. Tony Holgate in with me in the booth.
We're still here.
We're still here.
We hadn't gone anywhere.
And Justin's got a tall order because Kieron Hall played the perfect set last night against Dennis Hatch. He did not miss a break or a ball.
No, I did watch that from the arena last night. Dennis Hatch also had a golden break, but it wasn't to be, and Kieron Hall was in phenomenal form.
And if Kieron can keep playing the way he did, Justin Bergman will have to hold serve.
Well, Justin Bergman's had no table time out in the arena yet, so he's going to be a little bit cold.
There you see Kieron Hall with the England flag. Is that correct, Tony? The England flag?
Yes, that is.
Yeah. And it's because he is from England, currently residing in Kansas City. I actually believe he plays in the Ultimate Pool League in Kansas City with an up score of, I want to say 773. I think that's what we talked about. So he is definitely one of our high-end players.
Well, you just look at him, the way he stands and cues, that is a textbook snooker stance and cue action. So he's obviously come from a snooker background in the UK. And now he's made his way over to the US. Residing in Kansas City.
Yeah, Kieron, incredibly excited at the thought of traveling to our grand finals at the end of this year. Of course, if you don't know anything about that, you should, because he's got a chance to, him and his 8-ball team have a chance to make an astounding amount of money if they were to snap off the grand finals there. You know what that amount is, Tony? $100,000. Huge.
That's a good 2 days at the bar, those.
Yeah, Kieron's not worried about that right now because he's got his hands full with Justin Bergman. But, and just like that, the perfection of Kieron Hall is gone because he's missed the ball.
Yeah, that's his first ball that he has missed since, well, the start of the tournament. So Justin Bergman, our first glimpse of the great player that he is.
Yeah, it looks like Justin's cleaned up a little bit, got a fresh haircut. He came ready to play, huh?
Justin Bergman's always ready to play.
Looking good in that Jam Up Ultimate Pool USA jacket there. Those jackets are so comfortable.
There's some really nice merchandise out there from Jam Up, I'll tell you that now. And like I said before, the open event shirts, you know, I think it's brilliant the way they do them for every event. So, you know, when we're in Phoenix, the Arizona Open, they're phenomenal. I mean, like I say, if you're nearby, get yourselves up here to watch this if you can, and go into the shop and that, and you get yourself some really good, you know, memorabilia. Here we go, first day with the new lips. Memorabilia from the Iowa Open.
I'm hoping for our next event that we can manage a green jersey. I'm in love with the green that Jam Up sent me for my personal shirts, and I can't wait to see a green event jersey. It's going to be phenomenal. And speaking of phenomenal, Justin Bergman taking down the first rack. You know what I find funny? No matter what state we've been in, Kansas City, Colorado, Arizona, or here, Justin Bergman's fan base is massive.
Yeah.
He gets the best reaction out of anybody we've seen so far. And a lot of players just want to see Justin Bergman play. Look at this. They're stacked up 3 or 4 deep behind Kieron's seat.
Yeah, it's been an amazing crowd here for the first 2 days, and it's just getting bigger as people wander in, and the Open has got underway as well on the outer tables. There's so much pool being played here.
Yeah, the ladies' event will be starting soon. The juniors' event will be starting, I think, either late tonight or tomorrow morning.
Yeah, it's incredible what Ultimate Pool USA have done in just a year, and it is the anniversary. 1 year. Well, it was yesterday, but this weekend, with the very first event, which was in Louisiana.
Huh?
I said the very first event was in Louisiana.
Oh,
you're right.
That is not what I. That is not what I heard.
Oh, that's what I said.
That's not what I heard.
Why? What did you hear?
I don't know.
That's you. It's almost done. You just sort of quantum leaped from somewhere else there.
I was so astounded by the scratch on the break by Justin Bergman that I lost my train of thought.
Anyway, Kieron Hall, eager to make up for the error in his opening rack. Nice control. And the winner of this match will make up the final 8 that will be out in the arena this evening.
Yeah,
the winner of this will play Sam Henderson, who we just saw win earlier.
What a final 8 that is as well. If you're just jumping in the bracket for the Ozone Billiards Iowa Shootout, you can find it on our Facebook page, but I'll go ahead and run that down for you. So SVB and George Walters played this morning. Shane takes the win. David Matlock loses out to Coby Jaap. Craig Waddingham is over Joven.
Bustamante won that one.
He did. I took a break that rack. Joe Prince over Amy Beauchamp. Tom Cousins takes the win. Johnny Archer over Savannah. Sam Henderson in a nail-biter against Eric Charlton. And here we are. This is it. Our final 8 is going to be incredible.
As Kieron Hall deposits the 8 ball, draws level. Well, there is one player that is still in the perfect zone who has not missed a ball. That's Tom Cousins. He went perfect match in his opener. And you have to say against Nick Evans, and all Nick Evans did was have one dry break or one slight error where he fell out of position, did nothing wrong, and lost 6-2. So Cousins, the only man that got here without a cue, as well, I might say, who does obviously have one now, is the only perfect man left in who has not missed a ball.
Now, if you missed the Nick Evans and Eric Picard match from our first round yesterday, that was
buzzer beater.
That was an incredible match.
So Kieron Hall now to break off rack number 3. And that is a great break. It's made 3 balls as well, and the split. It looks very nice indeed. Solids look great. He's very quickly down onto the 6 ball. Kieron likes the solids. I think he's going to keep poor old Justin Bergman in his seat a bit longer.
Yeah, I'd like solids too if they look like that.
Kieron Hall in A1 position. 5 ball now into the side pocket. It's going to bring the cue ball out. 4 into the corner. 8 balls easy. Oh, hello.
This is
we've seen a couple of these happen when you think they're perfect and then it's just stopped up.
Yeah, all ball fouls. Watch the 12, the 14, and don't touch the 8 ball with your stick.
Well, we've seen Joven Bustamante had a few of these, but because he's quite supple, he can get his one leg on the table. He's sort of like, I don't know, he can sort of bend like a gymnast with the way he plays his shots. But I'll tell you what, Kieron Hall's played that really, really well.
Yeah, that was phenomenal.
And in goes the 8 and Kieron Hall. That's 2 in a row. He now edges just in front of Justin Bergman.
Well, how do you like this? Kieron Hall has the opportunity to take out Dennis Hatch and possibly even Justin Bergman. He won a last chance qualifier to get his spot. He played phenomenally. He was in a 6-ball shootout to win the tournament and earn his shootout spot. What a story that would be if he were able to overcome the iceberg and continue on in this shootout. Very, very impressive stuff from Kieron Hall.
Well, it would be, because if you take into the account that he's had to qualify, and we've had the biggest shootout that we've ever had, obviously with 24 players for this one. But if he did take down the shootout, he'd have probably played about 15 matches to win the shootout.
Well, and that, not only that, but I think the qualifier is what paid his way in, so he might have the cheapest entry fee out of every player and get the most out of it as far as prize money. Oh, look at this.
But before we get ahead of ourselves, there's a man in the arena that's got a lot to say about that. The ever cool, ever steady Justin Bergman.
He probably doesn't have a lot to say because he can be a little quiet, but he can definitely do some talking on the table. I'm surprised here. I'm very surprised here with him taking the stripes. Maybe because of the 8-ball.
Yeah, possibly, and he also knew he could get decent position on this 10-ball in the first shot. So he's in very good shape.
The big thing is here, if he makes a mistake in this run, he's handing the rack to Kieron.
Yeah, but I think the way that Justin thinks that he's not going to make a mistake. I mean, he played that little flick off the 2-ball there with the cue ball. He's on the 13 into the side pocket.
I'm just worried about the 12, 14, and 8 ball. It's not as straightforward as it could be. He's going to have to do a little bit here and there.
I think the 14 might even go past the 12. It'll certainly go into the side pocket once Justin's removed the 9 ball. But it does go into this bottom left-hand corner pocket.
And it looks like he may play the 12 in the left side pocket.
And there you see where he wants to get the cue ball.
It's nice when Justin tells us exactly what he's going to do.
It was just because he's already thinking about where he wants to play the 8, so he's looking for his best position to be on the 12 to get in the right place.
Might have come up a little short.
And that's not where he wanted to finish, because at the 2 positions he parked himself in to check, that wasn't one of them. But is he going to draw it, or is he going to play it with... Oh, I tell you what, this...
I think he's going forward. I think he's going forward and trying
to try and spin it over.
Yeah, which is tough to do for a side pocket shot.
It is a horrible shot. That's really good.
This is why Justin Bergman is Justin Bergman. He shot that ball very well with a lot of control.
It looks a nothing shot, but it's not.
Yeah.
It's a really, really good shot there from Bergman. And he has made it 2-2 here in Des Moines, the Rack Billiard Club.
Yeah, third of the way through the match clock, just under 20 minutes.
Yeah. What a place this is, eh, Stephen?
Yeah, phenomenal place. The food, the people, the environment, the owner.
Yeah, Pat, great guy.
The people have been great here.
Just so welcoming, and you know, this is my second USA event, and I think the people are great. It's been just brilliant being over here.
You know, you haven't got to see this a whole lot, but oh yeah, look at this view right here, guys. This is stacked up. I mean, there's just loads of people watching this match. But you know what's funny is I like to call it the Ultimate Pool USA train. We go to an event, the next event, those people, they come with us.
Yeah.
And then the next event, those people come with us.
It adds
and it just continues, yeah. It just continues. We've seen players from the very first event continue to come to our events, and they just stack on. That's why the Iowa Open sold out in a matter of days.
Yeah.
And then we opened it and it sold out again.
Yeah, it's snowballing now with every event.
Getting bigger and bigger.
These Ultimate Pool USA events.
Justin opting for the stripes here. Just needs to be a little precise down at the end of the table here with the 13, 14, 15. Those are the balls that he's going to have to get right. And if he can do that, he's definitely a favorite to get out here.
He's helping you again by showing you where he wants to be, Stephen.
Yeah, wants to shoot that 13. Couldn't tell if he was aiming it up for the side or the corner. Looks to me like it goes best in the side.
I'd rather play it in the corner because you can just push the cue ball through as well up for the 10 ball into the side pocket.
Yeah, that's what he just looked at. He's going to play it to the corner and let the cue ball come off the side rail for the 10 ball.
Then you just want to draw back a couple of inches, play the 14 into the bottom corner, and it's a natural angle to run the cue ball round in the 8 in the side pocket.
Might have come up a little short.
I think that's okay. I think he can get enough power in with this draw shot. He can draw it into the 1 ball and it will just pull it. It will push the cue ball and the 1 ball together. And it'll come back just just enough for the 14 into the corner. Swing round for the 8-ball left-hand side pocket.
He's going to change. He's going to change direction.
Purpose.
Yeah.
He heard me. He thought, "No, I'm just going to prove you wrong now, Tony. You're talking a load of rubbish."
That's the nice thing about 8-ball is that if you get a little out of line on something, you can change course.
He obviously didn't fancy that draw shot into the 1.
Yeah. I don't like bumping balls, but when you're Justin Bergman, it doesn't matter because Justin Bergman just got out. And now he's taking the lead for the first time in this last 16, the last of the last 16 of the Ozone Billiards Iowa Shootout.
Yeah, the final match of the afternoon. This evening, we have the quarter-final, semi, and the final. We will reveal the shootout champion later tonight.
Not only will we crown our shootout champion, but we're also going to announce the location of our next shootout, our next event. So if you want to know where that is and you want to get a head start on planning to attend, don't turn us off. Don't miss anything because that information is coming up later tonight. I, for one, am excited to know what our plan is next. It's only going to get bigger and better from here.
So Justin Bergman, rack 6. He's got himself just in front of Kieron Hall. A thunderous break.
And when you leave the majority of the balls on the table at the far end of the table, you know you've hit them well. It's a little messy, depending on which way you want to go. I like the solids here.
He just seems now to be warming up, though. The iceberg.
Do icebergs warm up? They would melt.
This one, well, I don't know about this one. He doesn't seem to melt any time he's in the room.
You're right.
He's the one iceberg that doesn't melt. There you go.
Tony didn't have his coffee this morning. Oh, you did. You did have one cup of coffee. You had 3?
Well, I didn't ask for 3, but the lovely lady kept filling my mug up. She probably thought I needed a coffee. That probably the expression on my face this morning at breakfast.
Maybe the people you were hanging out with told her that.
Well, to be fair, there were the 2 referees and you, which is not the greatest crew in the world to be hanging around with, but there you go. Sometimes you just don't get the choices.
Justin's having to lean a little bit on this. He wants to take the 7-ball out.
Yeah, not the coolest gang in the world.
Well, you know, you got to work with what you got.
Bergman, prime position now onto this 2-ball.
Yeah, Kieron's got to be feeling a little upset that his last visit to the table he wasn't able to finish out.
Justin leaving the angle on the 1 ball, just going to slide the cue ball up onto the left-hand side of the table, play the 6 into the opposite bottom corner.
Might have rolled a little far, but it shouldn't matter because he can make this ball and he'll have good shape on the 8-ball.
That's absolutely perfect. He can go off the 1 rail or he can go off 2. 8 balls going in the same pocket. Decided to play off the 2. And Justin Bergman is going to put himself 4-2 up as he slots the 8-ball home. Big round of applause there from the crowd. They appreciate just how well this man is playing. And he's now just 2 racks away from booking his place in the quarter-final and a date with Sam Henderson.
He's going to call his extension here. But he needs it.
He's in a sticky situation here, Kieron Hall.
Okay, I don't mind this. He's played a containing shot.
Had nothing else.
And what this is going to be is this is going to be a time killer. All right, again, no balls have been made. Nothing has been claimed. So we're just tapping balls around to try and keep control of the table.
That suits Justin Bergman. He'll do this for another 12 minutes and 15 seconds. Thank you very much.
Yeah, he's not going to be upset about doing it because he's got the lead.
Kieron doesn't have to force the issue just yet. 12 minutes is an acre of time. Well, he's played a loss of turn shot there. Obviously playing a stripe and knocking in a solid, that is loss of turn. Bergman having a look at this combination. Was to get in between the 10 ball and the rail and then play the 10 onto the 12 and try and knock in the 15. He's missed it by a whisker.
Yet, does this 9 ball play the combo to the 15? Because if it does, I think Kieron can make some stuff happen here and maybe steal this rack away.
Well, he's still got to find a pot.
He's going to play the solids instead. Maybe simply because of the 12 ball. The tough part about this is you have to move the 8 to make it makeable. I don't think it goes in the corner. It may go on the side.
What about play loss of turn? Play the 7 onto the 8, not the 15 in. Would you risk it? Put the 8 in front of the 10. The 12's already blocked down there. Very risky, but...
He's going to play this combo and try and move everything. And he did. Look at that. But he's... Oh... Well, now he's in a pickle. He could cut this 7 ball to the top right corner. It's super thin, but he could do that.
I think he plays the 4 off the rail and into the 10 and into the side pocket.
He tried to play just the 10 and it didn't go, but he's got this whole block down here. So I don't think he's in a lot of trouble just yet.
I do, because I think Bergman's too good a player. He can play this 9 ball, go straight into those balls down the bottom. He'll either make the 1 ball as well, or he'll clear the other 2 out. He's tried to be a little bit cute there and just flick the ball in and onto the 1.
Yeah, the correct shot is to get this 1 ball out of the pocket, and that's what he's going to do.
He's going to skim off it, knock the 1 ball in and leave him right behind the 2 stripes.
Yeah, that's a big shot for Justin because he knows that Kieron's not going to have a good shot on the 7. He's going to have to kick at it, and he's opened up his ball. Even without giving up ball in hand, Justin's now made himself a favorite to win this game.
Absolutely. Well, this rack should be over, and that will be Justin Bergman on the hill. So just these 3 stripes now. The 8 ball for Justin Bergman. And it's been a commanding performance so far from Justin Bergman. Kieron's not had the best of it. Obviously, yesterday was superb. But Justin Bergman's a different animal as well. I think he portrays that in the arena. He sends the waves towards his opponent. He's feared.
He's definitely intimidating. Nobody wants to draw him. If you draw Justin Bergman in the tournament, you're hoping that it's not single elimination.
Well, I don't want him to beat me twice. Once will be enough. But anyway, Justin Bergman now on the hill, 1 away from booking his place in this evening's quarterfinals.
And we'll see this tournament through to the end. We will crown a champion.
Yeah, the Ozone Billiards Iowa Shootout champion will be crowned tonight. You do not want to miss it.
The good news is we're not just stopping at that. We have an open event. We have the juniors event. We have the ladies event. We also have, starting tomorrow, well, we've actually already started some of it.
Mixed pairs?
Yeah, so we had some preliminary matches, but we're starting with the streamed matches for the mixed pairs. That'll be tomorrow afternoon, and that's going to be a really incredible tournament. Lots of teams that play very well together, including our defending champions, Jordan Helfrey and Dave Matlock. But there's a new guy in town, and he's got a partner that plays pretty good herself. It's Savannah Easton and Shane Van Boening.
Yeah, that's going to be a very formidable pair. As will so many of them.
Yeah, Shane Thompson, Sophia Mass snuck away from a match.
It's a funny old game, the pairs. You know, the way it's played, and strange things happen out there.
Scotch doubles is the equalizer for every good player, because it's just odd how some things work out in a doubles situation. Easy runouts become misshape and all kinds of crazy things happen. It's probably my favorite event out of all of them.
The thing with playing Scotch doubles pairs is the communication between the two players. That's where the important thing goes, especially if you don't agree with your partner shot, and then you completely have a fallout in the middle of the arena.
Exactly.
That doesn't happen, but it would be funny if it did. Whole new game.
Uh-oh.
But Kieron Hall has not played his best shot there. There's one before it as well. He left himself not enough angle, and now he's having to kick this back.
I like him to make the kick. He wasn't off by much, but this might be the end of the road for Kieron Hall.
Yep, Justin Bergman can see the finish line ahead of him. He's now plotting his route. He'll probably use his extension now, which he does, just to check the pattern and the way he wants to go round this finish.
Yeah, not going to be the easiest run out he's ever done, but
you don't expect him to miss it, that's for sure.
Yeah, no, not at all. The 3 ball moving to the 6 ball is the most important shot, but he's gave himself an angle.
The thing is, Stephen, let's say if he got into an awkward position up top, he can play safe as well. Where that 10 ball isn't great for Kieron, and if he so wished.
Watch out, shot clock.
Yeah,
did he get that off?
Yeah, he's okay. He got very close. He's been very close to it twice. Anyway, playing the 3 ball now up into the top corner. Still having a little bit tricky now on the 5. Now then, where's his cue ball going to finish?
He caught that ball a little thick. He threw it into the pocket.
Well, with every shot, that 6 ball, is looking more and more awkward. There might be life in this match yet. That is a great, great shot, unless he sticks to the 8.
Oh, no.
He's okay, he's got the 4 ball, but now everything relies on position to the 6 ball, and that is not going to be easy.
Yeah, you don't want to play shape on your problem ball when it's the last ball on the table.
Well, this time he didn't escape the shot clock, and he has committed the ultimate sin of the match clock. So Kieron Hall, ball in hand. Has he hit that hard enough? Oh my goodness!
I think the match has gotten to Kieron Hall a little bit.
Well, well, well. Would you believe the ending to this? Justin Bergman thought he'd thrown the rack away, and then he's just been giving it straight back by Kieron Hall, and that's the match.
Kieron Hall having a little laugh about it, but Justin Bergman takes it down and cements his spot in the final 8. We'll get a word with him in just a moment in the arena with Simon Webb.
With over 175 years of billiards history, tradition, and expert craftsmanship, Brunswick is a name synonymous with our game, which makes it the perfect partner for Ultimate Pool USA's vision, a fun, fast, and exciting pool for the players all across the United States. Brunswick, Ultimate Pool USA's official table partner.
Welcome back down to the arena with our final winner in the last 16, Justin Bergman. Congratulations. We've seen some good success from you in the past, but it's always nice to get off to a strong start in the tournament.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
How pleased with the way you managed to play and get the feel of the table?
I was happy with the way I played. There was a couple mistakes, a little bit sloppy, but overall I played pretty good, I thought.
It felt like he started well as well, and he played, I don't know if you saw his match yesterday where he played brilliantly, 6 visits to the table, so I guess you knew you were coming into a tough match.
Oh yeah, definitely, yeah.
What's it like coming into this sort of environment? You played in some great arenas around.
It's bright.
Yeah,
it's bright.
Yeah.
It's a little brighter than I'm used to, but I like it. It's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, great venue, and we've got a great field for this tournament as well.
Oh yeah, toughest one for sure.
Yeah. And you're into the quarterfinals and eyeing up another deep run, perhaps maybe tonight.
Trying.
Well, it's been great to watch you play. We're looking forward to seeing you in those quarterfinals. I think you might have an open match in between, but good luck in that, and we'll see you when you get into the quarterfinals later.
Thank you, appreciate it.
And thank you all for watching. That is the end of our last 16, but don't worry, we will be back in about an hour and a bit or so, hour and a quarter. We have got the quarterfinals, the semi-finals, and the final all coming up tonight from 6 p.m. Central Time. We'll see you at 6.